my distinguished honor, I'm running out of distinguished honors here, but it's my distinguished honor to recognize the senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a pleasure it is to be here in this beautiful chamber that I have taken in the moment for this, one of the last times for me. And again, thank you for your leadership on behalf of the people of Georgia. You've done an outstanding job. A couple of moments in history before I tell the big surprise. In 1891, the Wrigley Spirit, I'll call it, company was founded in Chicago, and they have an establishment in Hall County, the chewing gum people. Weight Watchers was formed, and I've never cared. 1974, 54, President Eisenhower authorized the creation of the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado. 1970, President Richard Nixon signed the Public Health Regarding Cigarette Smoking Act to help calm that down. And it's a National Day for Love for Our Children's Day, very important for all of us. And also, the senator from the 24th told me it's a National Fun Day, and he always has fun, just like I do. And ladies and gentlemen, today is our Lieutenant Governor's birthday. So let's get this. We'd have a thunderous applause if there's more people here. I just want you to know.
Thank you so much for that.
And the journal's been read and found to be correct.
In the 4 years I've been doing this, that's the most facts and figures you've ever delivered in your morning sermon. That was brilliant. Cannot wait to see what you do on day 40. All right, let's see where we're at. Is there objection to dispensing with the reading of the journal? The chair hears none, and the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. I'm not certain we can help you, but if you have a new idea, please, senators, bring your bills or resolutions if you want to introduce them to the secretary's desk at this time. Mr. Secretary, first reading a reference of Senate bills and resolutions, please.
Senate Resolution 842 by Senators Davenport or the 44th and others, a resolution creating the Senate Rosenwald Schools Study Committee and for the purposes.
Rules.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read reports of standing committees?
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that Senate Resolution 659 do pass by substitute, Senate Resolution 802 do pass by substitute, House Bill 469 do pass by substitute, House Bill 733 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1009 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1150 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1188 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1283 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1437 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1520 do pass by substitute, House Resolution 204 do pass by substitute, and House Resolution 664 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 1604 do pass, House Bill 1605 do pass, and House Bill 1607 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Anderson of the 24th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 1541 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1556 do pass, House Bill 1557 do pass, House Bill 1600 do pass, and House Bill 1601 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Anderson of the 24th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
All right, it's now time for our morning roll call. It is now time for our morning roll call. Try that button one. There it goes. Now time for our morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse?
Good morning, Mr.
The
President.
chair now recognizes the senator from the 33rd.
Good morning, Mr. President, and good morning to you all. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 43rd for business outside the Capitol, sir.
You only have one today?
Yes, sir, but there'll be more.
Without objection, the senator from the 43rd is excused. Are there any additional motions to excuse? I'm overwhelmed that there are none. All right. The secretary will call the roll. Senators, signify your presence by voting the yea switch. The secretary will unlock the machine. Looks like one of the bills that the senator from the 20th carries. For what purpose does the distinguished rules chairman rise?
I move to reconsider.
I don't think that's possible. Thank you for your attendance. Here, we'll actually make this official. All those that want to be counted as present, raise your hand. All those that don't want to be counted present, raise your hand. We're all here. We have a quorum. Will the pro tem come to the rostrum, please? When you invite the chaplain, you get to introduce him. All right, it's now time for our morning devotional, and ask that all senators take your seats, cease all audible conversations, and doorkeepers, lock them up. I'd like to recognize our distinguished pro tem to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance today and to introduce to us our very familiar chaplain of the day.
Rise for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation. Man, this is a rowdy crowd this morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our good friend, your good friend, George Dillard. George and his wife, Renee, have 3 children, Tiffany, Alexis, and George Stewart Dillard IV. They call him Quattro. George can trace his family roots. Only a few people that I know of can do this. Back to the 1700s in Georgia. He grew up in Atlanta, played basketball at Atlanta Christian College. He has a master's of ministry, a doctor of philosophy. He served as pastor of 2 churches in Georgia since 1985 and has spent the last 27 years at Peachtree City Christian Church. He is an author. He is a husband and a father and a man of God. Please direct your attention to Pastor Dillard. Thank you.
Well, good morning. What the senator forgot to say is I'm living proof that anybody can get higher education. So we're in the middle of the NCAA basketball tournament. Final Four is coming up. And I can't help this time of year but think about when I was playing basketball for Atlanta Christian College, which is now Point University. And one particular game stands out in my mind during this time. It was tournament season, and we were playing in Miami. And we started the game off, got the jump ball, went down, shot, the ball went in the basket. As soon as it went through the basket, the referee called walking. Miami got the ball, went down the floor, scored. We got the ball, came down, shot, went through the hole. As soon as it went through the hole, the referee called walking. He called walking the first 6 times we went down the floor until we were down 12-0. Then, miraculously, there wasn't any walking calls after that until the score was 12-10. And when it got to 12-10, then we had 6 more walking calls. When we got back within 4, we had 6 more walking calls, at which point our head coach called timeout and said, we came over and he said, gentlemen, we are not going to win this game. So just try not to get hurt. And we did lose by 4 with 3 walking calls at the end of the game. That by no means could be considered justice. See, the word justice is used in God's word means to right a wrong or simply to do what is right. In Zechariah 7:9, it says this: "This is what the Lord Almighty has said, administer true justice, show mercy and compassion to one another." Justice means to stand for the forgotten, for the oppressed, and for those who have been wronged. It means not giving unfair advantage to some people over others. Justice is not only a matter for the courtroom or the 2 rooms of this Capitol building, but also, as I like to say, for our everyday walking around lives. It is not just police officers, judges, elected officials, and lawyers who should be concerned about justice, but every person who interacts with others. Justice demands that we ask the question, is this right and is it good? You know, justice sometimes seems hard to find in this world. And what we need most of all is for our leaders, the men and women of this chamber, the men and the women of the chamber across the hall, to stand in justice and for justice. It is part of the pledge that we just made, that we would stand for these things. And I just want to remind you that it starts here and it permeates our world. Because we have to ask the question, how can we expect everyone else to stand for justice if our leaders do not? And so I want to continue to encourage you to stand as our leaders in this state, this great state of Georgia, for justice with compassion and mercy for all of the people. Would you stand with me for a word of prayer? Father, as we contemplate our day, we ask for wisdom, for moderation, compassion and mercy, and a heart of justice. Father, we pray that not only the men and women of this august body would stand with justice, in justice, and for justice, but that all of us would be concerned to do what is right, to right what is wrong, and to be a people who take care of one another, look out for each other, and stand for justice for each other. And we ask all of these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
You got a future in preaching. Are there any unanimous consents? The chair sees none. Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? Chair recognizes the senator from the 11th for a point of personal privilege. Mr. Secretary, can you read a privilege resolution, please?
Senate Resolution 408 by Senators Burke of the 11th and others. A resolution commending Frank W. Berry III and for other purposes. Whereas Frank W. Berry III has a long and consistent record of service to the community and this state has been recognized as one of the most dynamic and committed civic individuals in Georgia. And whereas Frank W. Berry III now serves as Executive Director of Markets and Business Development within EY US's Government and Public Sector Group to help clients address complex challenges in the health and human services landscape. And whereas in 2012, Frank W. Berry III was nominated by Governor Nathan Deal to serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. And whereas in 2016, he was designated as the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Community Health, managing a $14 billion agency responsible for healthcare purchasing, planning, and whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that the outstanding accomplishments of this extraordinary individual be appropriately recognized. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend Frank W. Berry III for his efficient, effective, unselfish, and dedicated public service to the state of Georgia and extend the most sincere best wishes for continued health and happiness. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I'd like to get all senators' attention and now direct that attention to the well. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 11th for an important presentation. Doorkeepers, will you please close the doors? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor today to commend a gentleman, a scholar, and a friend for his long public service to the state of Georgia. You heard the resolution read, so I'm not going to spend time on those details, but Frank Berry and I got to know each other under very difficult circumstances. I'd just been elected in a special election in the middle of session against 7 opponents, I think 4 of which were from Thomasville. And as soon as I left here after my first abbreviated session, I went home and I got a phone call from Frank Berry who said, "Hey, Dean, by the way, I'm going to be in Thomasville this week and we're announcing that we're closing your state hospital," which had about, 400 or 500 jobs. And obviously, this was a result of the federal lawsuit, and the state of Georgia had to respond to it, and so it was a very difficult thing for Commissioner Berry, who was the commissioner of DBHDD at the time. But through that very difficult period of time, we got to know each other, and he got to know some of my family, my brothers, one of which is Freddie Powell Sims' favorite Burke. It's not me. And I've gotten to know his wife, Jamie, who's with him, and his girls. And he has been, in addition to serving, obviously, as commissioner for DBHDD for many years, then took on what most would consider the hardest job in state government, and that's managing the Medicaid agency, state health benefit plan, so on and so forth, that all are engaged in the big agency we know as Department of Community Health. As I said, Frank's been a great public servant, and I think he deserves a great Senate honor for the work and dedication and sacrifice that he's put for the state of Georgia and all its inhabitants. It's my great honor to present him with this resolution.
Thank you, Frank, for all your service. You've been a pleasure to work alongside in all the years that we've been trying to innovate around healthcare. You've done an amazing job. Thank you, and best wishes to you and your family. Chair recognizes the senator from the 5th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, friends and colleagues. Today, I have the great pleasure to recognize a very special guest in the gallery, Mrs. Melanie Malterman, the Consul General of Germany. Ms. Malterman has had a long and fruitful career, holding different positions over the course of her life, including serving as the Deputy Head of Mission of the German Embassy in Uzbekistan and the Deputy Head of Division for Immigration Law, Visa, and Immigration Policy in Berlin. Just last year, Ms. Malterman arrived here in Georgia with her husband and 3 sons, and she already started working to encourage further cooperation between Federal Republic of Germany and the state of Georgia in several fields, including science, technology, education, and culture. In her own words, we will work on shaping the future together. I would like you all to join me in giving Mrs. Malterman a welcoming round of applause. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President, I yield the way.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick note, each of you have on your desk the 33rd annual cookout, law enforcement cookout and appreciation dinner in Glenville, Georgia, presented by Wayne Dasher and a lot of his friends. Special guest is going to be Governor Brian Kemp. Normally there's somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 people there, so it'd be a great opportunity for a lot of you to meet constituents down in that part of the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 43rd for a point of personal privilege.
Good morning, Mr. President, and thank you. Good morning, colleagues. On your desk, you will see, this is not an announcement, but you will see a flyer for this Spring Golf Capital Kickoff. This is the introduction to Masters Week. Bridgestone is a company inside of Senate District 43. We are delighted to have you meet the new robot Otto, as well as see if you can get fitted for some golf balls if you play golf. But we would love to have you at Liberty Plaza from 11:30 to 1:30. And with that, Mr. President, I yield well. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th for a point of personal privilege. You can't stand both stand in the well. One will have to stand alongside the one.
Okay.
It's a great day in the state of Georgia. We're almost at sine die, and we've addressed many, many pieces of legislation. So, Mr. President, colleagues, today is South Fulton Constituent Day at the Capitol. South Fulton and I'm joined by the senator from the 39th, because we both have the honor of representing parts of this area: Hateville, East Point, College Park, Union City, Fairburn, Palmetto, the city of South Fulton, Chattahoochee Hills, and Southwest Atlanta. And we have will you please stand up in the gallery? We have elected officials from all of those areas who are with us now. I have city council persons from the city of South Fulton. If you raise your hands, we have our East Point representatives. We have our Greater South Fulton Chamber of Commerce president, and our East Point city council person. And we are so honored, Senator from the 36th, 35th, and 39th, welcome you, and College Park. Oh, College Park. We see College Park. Who else am I missing? And other business owners. So please stand, all of you, and receive a warm welcome from our state senate. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting everything with Georgia. We appreciate you. Did you want to say something? Thank you. And we have Bishop Lackey, too. I'm sorry I didn't mention you, and you have been just the awesome minister to bless us in this state. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to announce the Doctor of the Day, Dr. Gulshan Harji. She's been Doctor of the Day with us many times before, and she's so dedicated. Very grateful for her service. She was born in Tanzania and fled the country when Idi Amin was expelling Asians. She then attended high school in Pakistan, but fled again due to war between India and Pakistan. She went to college in Iran, and midway through medical school was forced to flee again due to the Iranian Revolution and the embargo. She had the opportunity to interview with Dr. Lewis Sullivan, who admitted her to the 2-year charter class of Morehouse School of Medicine by attrition. She graduated from medical school at Emory University, following a residency in internal medicine. Since beginning her career, she founded a state-of-the-art primary care clinic in Decatur, and in 2015 co-founded a free, comprehensive, 100% volunteer-operated clinic for the indigent and refugees in Clarkston, Georgia. She's also established scholarships for high school students seeking to enter healthcare, and an additional endowment at Morehouse School of Medicine for scholarships to incoming students. She has been the recipient, unsurprisingly, of numerous humanitarian awards. Thank you, Dr. Harji, for your service to the state of Georgia and to the General Assembly today. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the Rules Chairman for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, it is springtime. And I have 75 cattle out front of my house, and my daughter wants to plant a garden, and she tricked me into that last year when she said, let's do a garden. We did, and we grew weeds. They were wonderful. They're this tall, and I'm not doing that again. And now she wants a chicken coop. Another bad idea. That would feed the possum and raccoons that we talked about in Ag Committee. But more importantly, it is a great day, and it's a great future for all of us, and I commend all of you. And I especially want to commend Franco over here for dressing appropriately. He is dressing like we're in spring. So let's give him a hand, and also everybody that helps us in our security. Here, here, hey, hey. You didn't think I was going to do that today. And today, again, is the Lieutenant Governor's birthday, and also the senator from the 10th District, who's not in here right now. And I think they're both 29, so let's give them a hand. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to embarrass you again.
I would make Franco mad. I made you smile. Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th, the distinguished, well-dressed senator from Roswell, fellow member of the Hair Club. Chairman of the Hair Club.
Hair Caucus, Mr. President. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take a moment to point out the great work being done by law enforcement throughout the state of Georgia. Some of you may have read just a couple of days ago that investigators through the GBI seized millions of doses of drugs and enough fentanyl to kill 125,000 people. The GBI, working with local law enforcement, has done an extraordinary job, and a lot of this began with Governor Brian Kemp and his work to create the Gang Task Force. The Gang Task Force is probably the greatest form of unity and communications to combat the problems we're seeing today in violent crime throughout our state. In addition, Governor Kemp set up the multi-agency response team in order to help out specifically in the city of Atlanta, using a lot of our state officers, both through the Georgia State Patrol, Natural Resources, GBI, and all of our other finest who serve us in uniform. Just to give you a quick synopsis, they completed 23,600 traffic stops, 588 DUI stops, 213 drug arrests, 572 pursuits, nearly 1,300 vehicles impounded, nearly 16,000 citations, 451 fugitives were arrested, 26 of whom were murder suspects. The seizure of 342 stolen or missing weapons, and they recovered 312 stolen vehicles valued at nearly $6.5 million. These men and women who are serving us every day in law enforcement are called the finest for a reason. They are our heroes. Please, when you see someone serving as a first responder, go up there, shake their hand, and say thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 2nd for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of this esteemed body, I'd like to recognize the president of Payne College, and located in Augusta, Georgia, Dr. Cheryl Dozier, who's sitting over to my right. Payne College was established in 1882. It was originally established by the Methodist Church to train preachers and teachers. Since that time, since 1882, it has been around to educate thousands of Georgians to go back not only to the classroom, but go back to every field of human endeavor. Payne College has done so much, not only for Georgia, but so much for the state. And Payne College is here to serve. And one of our greatest graduates, Dr. Dominic Hugo Mack, is in our audience today too. He's a graduate of Payne College of 1981. He was my college roommate and my medical school roommate, my fraternity line brother, and one of my best friends. But we're here to talk about Payne College, and the significance is not only done for Georgia, but for this country. We thank you, Dr. Dozier, for your service. We thank you, Dr. Dozier, for your commitment to serve this community. And let's go Payne College. As we go PC one time. Thank you very much. You're the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th with a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I rise to say first, where did the LG go? Happy birthday, LG. Didn't know it was your birthday till today. But more importantly, I wanted to recognize a very dear friend of mine as well as a colleague. Recognizing and commending Senator Emmanuel D. Jones, and for other purposes. Whereas, following his educational journey at the University of Pennsylvania and Columbia University, Senator Jones returned to Georgia, where he opened his first automobile dealership in 1992. And whereas Senator Jones has owned and operated Legacy Ford of McDonough, Georgia for 30 years. In addition, he has owned and operated more than 5 other dealerships across the South. Senator Jones has devoted many hours of his time and resources to the betterment of his community. Senator Jones has developed excellent relationships within the community of Henry and DeKalb counties. Senator Jones has received many accolades and awards, among them the Ford Motor Minority Dealer Executive Directors Award and the Governor's Proclamation Entrepreneur of the Year, and Legacy Ford has been recognized by the Henry County Chamber of Commerce as Business of the Year. It is abundantly fitting and proper that the outstanding contributions and accomplishments of this distinguished Georgian be appropriately recognized. Therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Senator Emmanuel Jones for his outstanding service to his community and to the great state of Georgia. Be it further resolved that the Secretary of Senate is authorized and directed to make an appropriate copy of the resolution available for distribution to Senator Emmanuel Jones. Senator, join me as I present to you this resolution acknowledging all of your great accomplishments. Happy birthday, and we wish you many, many more. And most of your colleagues that I could pin down did sign this resolution, so don't jump me by myself, okay? Thank you so much. That's what I was trying to tell him. It's your birthday. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. We'll take one right here before we go down there.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 36th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise to lift up the name of someone who has left this earth but leaves behind a lifetime of service as a pastor and a community leader. We have lost Pastor P.L. Redmond Jr. P.L. Redmond Jr. founded and pastored for more than 20 years the New Calvary Missionary Baptist Church here in Southwest Atlanta. His faithful ministry has built that church from 24 chartered members to over 2,000 members today. New Calvary Missionary Baptist Church has made such a difference in communities that I serve. This is a pastor whose faith is demonstrated in the good works of a lifetime. He built a community improvement organization and has fostered many positive additions to the community of Southwest Atlanta. His 57-year marriage to Evelyn Carmichael Redmond was a testament to his faithfulness to family and his service to the Lord. We will join this weekend in funeralizing Pastor Redmond, recognizing his long life of service to his church, his God, and his community. Would you join me for a moment of silent prayer in recognition of this great life that Pastor Redmond lived and the countless people that he served?
Senator has asked us to rise for a moment of silence.
Thank you.
All right, you've got a consent calendar of privilege resolutions before you. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? The chair sees none. Is there objection to adoption of the resolutions on the consent calendar? The chair hears none, and the resolutions on the consent calendar are adopted. You have on your desk a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Expressing the will of the Senate, please take a minute to review these. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar expressing the will of the Senate? For what purpose does the senator from the 24th rise?
Mr. President, I'd like to excuse Senator from 54th doing business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 54th is excused. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the for what purpose does the majority whip rise?
Like to ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 30th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 30th is excused. Let's try this for a third time. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar expressing the will of the Senate? The chair hears none. Is there objection to adoption of the resolutions on this consent calendar? The chair hears none, and the resolutions on the consent calendar expressing the will of the Senate are adopted. You now have a consent calendar of establishing various Senate study committees. Take a moment to review these. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from this consent calendar? The chair hears none. Is there objection to adoptions of the resolutions on this consent calendar? The chair hears none, and the resolutions establishing Senate study committees are adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw and commit? You have a consent calendar of local bills now before you. Mr. Secretary, are there any objections filed to any bills on the local calendar?
Mr. President, no objections filed.
Is your objection agreeing with the report of the Committee on State and Local Government, which is favorable to the passage of the bills on the local calendar? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. The questions on the passage of the bills on the local calendar. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bills on the local calendar, the yeas are 46, the nays are 1. And these bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. For what purpose does the majority whip rise? Chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that the following bills, resolutions be engrossed. HB 1421, HB 1291, HB 1437, HB 428, HB 923, HB 1039, HB 1058, HB 1280, HR 594, HR 732, HR 842. In addition, I ask for unanimous consent that we dispense with the reading to the caption of all those bills and resolutions.
The majority leader has asked for unanimous consent that the following bills be engrossed and that the dispense of the reading of those captions. They are House Bill 1421, House Bill 1291, House Bill 1437, House Bill 428, House Bill 923, House Bill 1039, House Bill 1058, House Bill 1280, House Resolution 594, House Resolution 732, and House Resolution 842. Is there objection? There is objection. Would you like is your objection to dispense with the reading or to dispense with just the engrossment? There is objection to engrossment. The majority leader waves. Would you like to speak? They waive. All those in favor of engrossing the bills mentioned previously, vote yea. Opposed, nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 19, and those bills mentioned previously have been engrossed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 20th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 361.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 361?
Senate Bill 361, a bill by Senators Walker of the 20th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to income taxes so as to enact the Law Enforcement Strategic Support Act to provide for tax credits for certain contributions made by taxpayers to certain local law enforcement foundations and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the House on Ways and Means recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 361, a bill to be entitled and act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to income taxes so as to enact the Law Enforcement Strategic Support Act to provide for tax credits for certain contributions made by taxpayers to certain local law enforcement foundations and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Just as a quick reminder that this special action and the additional special actions that we will take later today are found in your binder in numerical order as you're flipping through. Chair recognizes the senator from the 20th to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and happy birthday, Mr. President. Senate Bill 361 is the Lieutenant Governor's Less Crime Act. It allows...
If you could stand by for a moment, Senator. I can assure you we will have no chance of getting through these special actions in the rules calendar if we continue to talk this aggressively from your desks or from around your desks. I would ask you to give your full undivided attention to the senator in the well. And if you have a conversation that can't wait, there's a big hallway outside that you can have that conversation in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said, this is the Lieutenant Governor's Less Crime Act, and what is modeled after the rural hospital tax credit, if you'll remember. It passed unanimously out of this body. It enables local communities to engage with their local law enforcement and support them financially through a law enforcement foundation and to receive a state income tax credit for that support. I think it's going to allow us to provide a lot additional resources to law enforcement and also bring the community together in partnership with their local law enforcement. The House made a few minor changes to it. I want to thank the House for working with us on this, and I'm really excited what this is going to do to help us attack our crime problem that we're seeing throughout the country and in Georgia too. So I ask for your favorable consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
You don't appear to have any questions.
All right, I yield the well. Thank you.
Does any other senator? Chair recognizes the... For what purpose does the senator from the 56th rise?
I'd ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 14th.
Without objection, the senator from the 14th is excused. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 20th has moved that this Senate agrees to the House substitute to Senate Bill 361. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 361. I want to thank the senator from the 20th for your great work on carrying this important piece of legislation across. I want to thank our colleagues on the other side of the chamber, on the other side of the building, for working with us on this. I'm so excited to see us be able to work with our local law enforcement officers to be able to continue to keep Georgians safe. Thank you all for your support for this. Ms. Secretary, can you please read a resolution?
Senate Resolution 747 by Senator Miller and others. A resolution recognizing and commending Representative Terry England on his outstanding public service and for other purposes. Whereas Representative Terry England has long been recognized by the citizens of this state for the vital role he has played in the leadership and deep personal commitment to the welfare of the citizens of Georgia. And whereas he has diligently and conscientiously devoted innumerable hours of his time, talents, and energy towards the betterment of the community of this state as evidenced dramatically by his superlative service with the Georgia House of Representatives. And whereas first elected to the Georgia House of Representatives in 2004, Representative England has dedicated years of his life to serving his citizens of Barrow County, House District 116, and the state of Georgia. And whereas since 2011, Representative England has been the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, where he has gallantly focused on cutting government waste, streamlining services, and reforming Georgia's tax code. And whereas this distinguished gentleman has given inspiration to many through his high ideals, morals, and deep concern for his fellow citizens, and he possesses the vast wisdom which comes only through experience and strength of character. And whereas he is a person of magnanimous strengths and unimpeachable reputation for integrity, intelligence, fairness, and kindness, and whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that this outstanding accomplishments of this gentleman be appropriately recognized. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Representative Terry England for his efficient, effective, unselfish, and dedicated public service to the state of Georgia, congratulate him upon the grand occasion of his retirement, and extend the most sincere best wishes for continued health and happiness. That completes the order.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Nobody objected because the budget hasn't passed yet. It is my honor to recognize the senator from the 19th to introduce a very, very special guest to this chamber who has been a great friend of all of ours, who's a great friend of 11 million Georgians, who works so hard every single day of the year, not just while we're in session, and I can tell you is a great friend of mine. With that, I recognize a senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator from 49th, thank you for letting me speak to your resolution, and I know that every member in this body signed it. I'm honored that I had the opportunity to work with two great mentors. One was Senator Jack Hill, you know that very well. The second is the man who stands behind me, who our body honors today. Chairman England has been a mentor and a friend. His way of leading me and teaching me on matters in the budget has been superb. He never came heavy-handed. He always came with a different approach and said, well, what if we turned the prism and looked at it a slightly different way? He also has been very kind to many of you, as you know. Your districts reflect his handiwork as he's worked to not only strengthen state resources, but also to make sure that state taxpayer dollars were always prudently spent. His hands will be on our state budget for many, many years to come. He has been a friend not only to Barrow County, but to all corners of the state. But I do get to tell one funny story. Every year in the budget, we get a letter from Coach Vince Dooley. And Coach Dooley asks us for $25,000 every year for the Georgia Historical Society. And every single year, we give Coach Dooley $25,000 for the Georgia Historical Society. But I have to endure, and Chairman Hill had to endure, Terry England repeating a story from 1977 every single year we got this Coach Dooley request. It would start something like this. Blake, you remember in 1977, I was wider than I was tall, and I was working on a project with my dad, a construction project in Athens, within walking distance of the Athens Arby's. And 10-year-old Terry England loved the lunch part of the day because it always meant that I could go to the Arby's and get my, as he calls them, tater cakes. Well, one day, when little, wider than he was tall, Terry England was standing in that line, almost at the front. You know that. You know the Athens Arby's, the one there on Broad Street, had a big cowboy hat for years. He was almost to the front when a white Lincoln Town Car pulled up. The white Lincoln Town Car parked right at the door. A man got out of that white Lincoln Town Car, walked into that Arby's, and the seas of the Arby's parted. Everyone got out of his way. Everyone except little, short, wider than he was tall, Terry England. But the waitress or the cashier behind the counter knew who she was supposed to take next. You see, the man who got out of that white Lincoln Town Car was the man who had won several SEC championships, would soon win a national championship, and was the king of Athens, not just the Athens Arby's. Little Terry England tells us that story every single time the Georgia Historical Society asks for the $25,000 for their very small request in our $30 billion budget. And Terry, Representative, Mr. Chairman, while we could honor you today, we knew that there was one thing that only we could do that you would remember forever, and that possibly would be able to remedy the wrongs that were started in 1977 so very long ago. So if he doesn't mind coming in from the anteroom here. Coach Dooley, Coach, we'd like to hand you the mic if there's anything you'd like to say. All of you know a very well-respected Georgia citizen and really a great American, Coach Vince Dooley.
Thank you. Well, a special treat. It's a special treat today for Terry, but it's a special treat for the Georgia Bulldogs with Kirby Smart winning the championship. So, but even more important, this story that I hear just gets better and better every year. But I'll never have to hear it again because he got enough tater chips that ought to last you for a while. But do appreciate you supporting the Georgia Historical Society. We first met because Todd Gross is over here, who thinks that if I could come up to talk to Terry, that maybe that'll help getting good substance from the budget. But Todd didn't know about the tater story. And if he had known that, he never would have had me coming up here and meeting him. But we do appreciate everything that you've done, the respect that you have, and we know it's been a, quote, part-time job, and you're getting ready to step aside. But remember, I'm just down the road. And when Todd first mentioned it, I said, well, this ought to be great because we got so much in common. We like red and black. We like Bulldogs. Y'all got a double G and we like Glory, Glory 2 Georgia and Glory, Glory 201 to Barra. And President Barra was a president of Georgia for 18 years and one of the greatest ones we've ever had. So with all that in common, it looked like he was going to be a runaway until the tater story got in there and messed it up. But anyway, thanks for everything, and God bless you. We'll be right back.
I don't know how to follow that. Thank you, Coach. I will enjoy my tater cakes. Thank you all for this honor. I've never spoken from this podium before, and it is indeed humbling to have the opportunity to come over here and talk to y'all today and just tell y'all thank you. And I'll tell you what I told my colleagues just a little bit ago. Thank you for your friendship. Many of you I haven't had a chance to get to know real well, and that I consider that my loss. Lord tells us to love one another, and that's what I've tried to do for 18 years as I've been here representing the folks back home. And, you know, as we lost one of our most cherished friends in this chamber, Jack Hill, I know many of you are very close to him, but he and I had an especially close bond in the work that we had done together for so many years. And I have enjoyed this young whippersnapper that came over to the house under the guise that there were some tremendous issues. I'll get even with him later. But y'all, I can't tell you thank you enough, and how much it means to me, and especially to be here on John Bullock Day. John is a very dear friend of mine as well, and we've worn blue jeans on the house floor a time or two in his honor as well. But thank y'all for this. Thank you for allowing me to serve with you, and thank you for what you do for all of your folks back home as well. God bless you. Thank y'all.
All right, the Senate will come back to order. The Senate will come back to order. We have a very special guest that I just caught eyes with. We have former Senator P.K. Martin, who's with us over here on the wall. Thank you for joining us. You came down to celebrate my birthday today. Is that? Thank you so much. Is that April Fool's? Yeah, that's funny. Senator from the 56, have any more bills on the calendar? If the senator from the 20th is by the floor, we're about ready to call your bill forward. Senator from the 20th. Chair recognizes the senator from the 20th, the agriculture chairman, for a motion. We're going to move fast, so if you're outside the hallway, pay attention. We're going to be bringing them forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 337.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
Senate Bill 337, a bill by Senators Walker of the 20th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to vacation of office so as to provide for the suspension of compensation for certain public officers who are suspended because of indictment for a felony and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 337, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to vacation of office so as to provide for the suspension of compensation for certain public officers who are suspended because of indictment for a felony and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 20th to speak to his motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 337 passed out of this body with overwhelming support. It relates to pay for indicted local public officials. So if they're indicted for a felony, removed from office based on their determination that they're unable to perform the office, then the locals would be able to suspend their pay. The House added a language that made it perfectly clear that if they are exonerated, that the back pay would be reinstated, even if their term of office had expired. I ask for your favorable consideration. Be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
You don't appear to have any
All
questions.
right, I'll yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 20th has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 337. All those in favor of that motion signify by voting yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 47, the nays are 4, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 337. Chair recognizes the senator from the 11th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 496.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 496, a bill by Senators Burke of the 11th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 16 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to death investigations so as to require a medical examiner's inquiry when a pregnant female dies and an inquest and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 496, A bill to be in town and enact to amend Article 2 of Chapter 16 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to death investigation so as to require a medical examiner's inquiry when a pregnant female dies and an inquest and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 11th to speak to the motion.
Thanks, Mr. President. Senate Bill 496 is the postpartum autopsy bill. The House made minor changes and made it clear of who needed an autopsy. I appreciate your support, and I yield the well.
That is a veteran move right there. Does any of the senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 11th has moved that the Senate agrees to the House substitute to Senate Bill 496. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 496. Chair recognizes the senator from the 52nd.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute on Senate Bill 343.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
Senate Bill 343, a bill by Senators Huffstetler of the 52nd and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Title 47 of the OCGA relating to retirement and pensions so as to remove the prohibition of granting post-retirement benefit adjustments to any individual who became a member on or after July 1st, 2009 of the Employees Retirement System of Georgia, the Georgia Legislative Retirement System, or the Georgia Judicial Retirement System, and for the purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 343, a bill to be in town and act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 47 of the OCGA relating to Employees Retirement System of Georgia so as to revise provisions related to employer contributions for credible service for forfeited leave, to increase the rate of employer contributions to certain members' 401k accounts based upon years of credible service, and for the purposes. There is also an auditor's certification attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 52nd to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was the pension part of the upgrade to the employee compensation package that's been looked at in the budget this year. There were 4 items we looked at: COLAs for past employees, a much improved 401k program, the pre-funding of the PTO that is more fairly appropriated to each department and is more cost effective by putting it in there at the beginning and let it earn money. And the 4th thing was we took away the forbidden part of a COLA for current employees. The House took out the part we had in there that and said that they would still forbid current employees from getting a COLA. I'm disappointed in that part, but I think it's important that we agree and get all these other components put in. We can look for other avenues for that later, and I would urge your support of the House substitute.
You don't appear to have any questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 52nd has moved that this Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 343. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 343. Chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 56th.
Mr. President, I move the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 404.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
Senate Bill 404, a bill by Senators Albers of the 56 and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 11 of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to emergency medical services personnel, so as to authorize the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Federal Bureau of Investigation to retain certain fingerprints under certain conditions and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 404, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 11, Title 31 of the OCGA relating to emergency medical services personnel, so as to authorize the GBI and the FBI to retain certain fingerprints under certain conditions and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill we passed out of the Senate that simply allows for our EMTs and paramedics to keep their fingerprints on file when they get background checks done. We did do an amendment on the floor. Thank you to the senator from the 27th. Unfortunately, in the other 24 places this is in the code, it was not going to be viable to make that happen, so this goes back to the original one, and this is a department bill brought by the Department of Public Health. It'll help out our first responders. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
I'm waiting for questions. Hold on. Nope, no questions.
Thank you.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. Senator from the 56 has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 404. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 49, the nays are 5, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 404. Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 403.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
Senate Bill 403, a bill by Senators Watson of the 1st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 37 of the OCGA relating to mental health, so as to enact the Georgia Behavioral Health and Peace Officer Co-Responder Act and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 403, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 37 of the OCGA relating to mental health, so as to enact the Georgia Behavioral Health and Peace Officer Co-Responder Act, to provide for immunity for the transport of a patient to a facility, to provide for the establishment of co-responder programs, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the co-responder bill. There were 2 word changes relating to immunity for law enforcement, and those are the only changes relating to Senate Bill 403. Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, I'll ask for your favorable consideration.
You don't appear to have any questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 1st has moved that this Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 403. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 403. Well, thank the Senator from the 1st. Great work, and I know the Georgians will benefit from the co-responder model, and grateful for our friends on the other side also helping us through this process. Chair recognizes the Senator, the Rules Chairman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate disagree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 346.
I thought I was recognizing you for a parliamentary inquiry, but I guess we'll go ahead and take on your legislation. Like always, you've gone out of order. Mr. Secretary, please read the caption to Senate Bill 346.
Senate Bill 346, a bill by Senators Melissa the 53rd and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to general authority, duties, and procedure of the Department of Administrative Services so as to prohibit companies owned and operated by China to bid on or submit a proposal for a state contract and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 346. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to general authority, duties, and procedure of the Department of Administrative Services so as to prohibit companies owned or operated by China to bid on or submit a proposal for a state contract and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
You're going to drive your wife crazy in retirement. Chair recognizes the Senator from the 53rd to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my colleagues. The House has changed Senate Bill 346, which was the China bill. And the original bill said that any company that is owned and operated by the Chinese government that we shouldn't do business with. They added any company that's from China. Well, that defeats the whole purpose. And because they can't help that necessarily, they're in China, they're just business people. And I have a company in my district from China that employs 2,500 people. So I would appreciate you helping me send this message back to the House that we need to go to the original form, or at least not go to their form. Mr. President, I'd be delighted to answer any questions.
You don't have any questions.
Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate you. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 53rd has asked this body to disagree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 346. Is there objection? The chair sees none, and we have disagreed. You continue to be a maverick and great leader. Ish. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 319.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
Senate Bill 319, a bill by Senators Anna Vitarte of the 31st and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3 of Title 12 of the OCGA relating to general provisions regarding parks, historic areas, memorials, and recreation. To amend Part 3 of Article 4 of Chapter 11 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to carrying and possession of firearms and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 319. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3 of Title 12 of the OCGA relating to general provisions regarding parks, historic areas, memorials, and recreation, so as to revise provisions of law regarding the use or possession of any handgun in a park, historic site, or recreational area, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 319, we've already debated. This is constitutional carry. You know where you stand. If you don't like it, vote red. If you like it, vote green. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against? Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd to speak for the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak against the measure, we just passed Senate Bill 361, a bill that supports law enforcement, the Lieutenant Governor's bill. But now we have a bill that makes their jobs much more difficult and more dangerous. There's a narrative about crime, especially in Atlanta, and criminals, and that violent crime is a problem. And violent crime is, in fact, a problem. But let's talk about the reasons why it's a problem. Part of the reason, a not small part of the reason, I contend, is because everyone has guns. The proliferation of weapons without safeguards is what makes our streets dangerous and causes so much bloodshed. Through our state's laws, we have eliminated the ability for law enforcement to try to get the gun problem and therefore the crime problem under control. I want to quote a couple of our police chiefs on the gun problem that this bill makes worse. Atlanta Police Chief Rodney Bryant described it this way: the proliferation of weaponry that we're seeing on the streets, we have to do something about that. 2,008 guns were stolen from cars in Atlanta last year. And the ATF reports that between 2000 and 2017, 104,000 guns were stolen in Georgia, which is fourth in the nation. In response to questions about this bill, Police Chief in Savannah, Roy Minter Jr., said, "Why now? Why is this coming up now?" One of the concerns I have with this bill is more people leaving their guns in cars and people leaving their guns in other places because there is more freedom to have that gun with them. And then that leads to thousands of guns being stolen and thousands of guns used in crimes. We're removing one of our small checks on keeping weapons carry licenses out of the hands of criminals, thousands of whom have been denied this very permit every year. Criminals, not law-abiding citizens, criminals. We're also exporting our Georgia gun problem nationwide. We are one of the largest exporters of crime guns nationwide. According to the ATF, we are third in the nation in exporting crime guns to other states. In 2020, over 19,000 guns recovered in crimes were traced to the state of Georgia. David Chipman, a retired agent in the ATF, described gun trafficking as simple as a road trip. The only reason that a New Yorker will drive all the way down I-95 to Georgia to get a gun is because it's difficult for a criminal to get a gun in New York. If it was easy, they wouldn't do the drive. So welcome to Georgia, where we make it real easy for criminals to get guns and send them all over the rest of the country. I'm bringing this up because it is disingenuous to talk about any sort of crime problem or gun problem in our cities when we're passing bills like this. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th to speak to the measure.
Colleagues, let's talk disingenuous. It is disingenuous to say that an individual cannot go out and legally purchase a firearm because we have a group of people in our state that go out and break in cars and steal firearms. What constitutional carry covers is people that want to go out and legally purchase a weapon. If today I carried a permit and I walked into a gun dealer, I would hand them my permit and they would sell me a weapon. Without my permit, if I walked into a gun dealer today, and purchased a weapon, they would tell me to wait 3 days so they could do a background check because they've already ran the background check if I have the permit. That is the purpose of the permit. If you want to know why violent crime is up, I will tell you once again why violent crime is up. It's up because mothers, fathers, churches, educational institutions, and others have abandoned their responsibility to raise responsible adults. Let's stop blaming an inanimate object, which again, I have several at home, and I'm proud to report that since I've been up here for almost 3 months, none of my weapons have broken out of my house and went and injured anyone. And let me tell you, do not be distracted by the hyperbole of law enforcement professionals, those at the top appointed by politicians, who choose to blame crime on a gun and not on their lack of aggressive enforcement of the law. This is not political, this is reality. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well and encourage everyone to support my brother from the 31st.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 53rd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple bill. The Constitution of the United States says that we have the right to bear arms. And it doesn't say if. It doesn't say if anything. It gives us the pleasure from our Constitution of protecting ourselves, our family, our property, and we should easily vote for this if you believe in the Constitution. And I want to thank the people in this body who believe in the Constitution. I want to thank their constituency that believe in the Constitution. I want to thank the NRA for being an outstanding gun group that knows the process and how it works and have stood alongside us in this process. I want to thank the 2A amendment folks, or they used to be called the Georgia Carry. They're an outstanding group, and they too have stood alongside us in going forward with this issue, and that's it. So thank you so much, colleagues. I'm sure that those of you who believe in the Second Amendment and our rights for that will vote along with this. And thank you to the senator from the 31st in shepherding this bill, I think with all of us signing it too. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 31st has moved that the Senate agrees to the House substitute to Senate Bill 319. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 34, the nays are 22, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 319. Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 409.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Mr. President, the committees of conference on House Bill 409 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions and that the attached committees of conference substitute to House Bill 409 be adopted. The committees of conference substitute to House Bill 409, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 18 of Title 15 of the OCGA relating to prosecuting attorneys, so as to revise appointment of substitute for absent or disqualified district attorneys, to provide provisions regarding disqualification of solicitors general pro temp, and for the purposes. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hatchett of the 50th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 409 is a bill that we passed out last year. We had a disagreement with the House, and just to let you know, we held strong and held our position. So the part that we passed out is the same. There is additional language in there that's good for the people of the state of Georgia. Right now, we're going to make it to where if a DA or a Solicitor General is disqualified or conflicted out, that the Executive Director of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of the state of Georgia would appoint a new DA instead of the Attorney General. If there's any questions, I'm happy to yield.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 50th has moved that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 409. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, you're getting pretty good at this. The yeas are 55, the nays are 0, and the Senate has adopted the conference committee report on House Bill 409.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we are now moving on to the rules calendar. Mr. Secretary, if you'd read the caption on House Bill 1428.
House Bill 1428, a bill by Representative Estration of the 104th. A bill to be entitled an act to amend the OCGA so as to revise, modernize, correct errors or omissions in, and reenact the statutory portion of said code as amended in furtherance of the work of the Code Revision Commission, to repeal portions of said code or acts in amendment thereof which have become obsolete, have been declared to be unconstitutional, or for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 17th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, House Bill 1428 is just our annual code revision bill, as you heard, just correcting
all the things we messed up on last year. I'm sure there'll be some for next year too. I'll be happy to take any questions. If not, I'll yield the will.
You have no questions,
Good.
Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee in favor of the bill? The chair hears none. The report is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, if you'll unlock the machines.
On passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. The Secretary will read House Bill 1084. The Secretary.
House Bill 1084, a bill by Representatives Wade of the 9th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the OCGA relating to education so as to prevent the use of and reliance upon curricula or training programs which act upon, promote, or encourage certain concepts, with exceptions to provide for related matters and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to House Bill 1084. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the OCGA relating to education so as to prevent the use of and reliance upon curricula or training programs which advocate for certain concepts with exceptions, to provide for such exceptions, to require local boards of education, local school superintendents, and the governing bodies of charter schools to prohibit discrimination on the basis of race and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 49th District to speak to House Bill 1084.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're out of order.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I bring to you House Bill 1084. This is very similar to the bill we had earlier in the session, and I won't belabor the point. Points I do want to make is that we can teach U.S. history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, without dividing children along racial lines. CRT is wrong and is destructive, and it views American history through a racial lens. It's a filter that focuses on victimhood, not triumph, and we have triumph in this country. It is driven by identity politics that promotes racial identity over American identity, and is a recipe for chaos and division. We don't defeat racism with racism. In order for our nation to survive and to prosper, we must teach patriotism, that America is good, though not perfect, but America is good. We secure our future by not indoctrinating grievance, but instilling skills through world-class instruction in language, math, and science. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. The senator from the 49th has moved. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All of those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Pops, you know. Yeah. Yeah, that part disappeared. I got it now. If it scrolls my president stuff, that's what it was. I was expecting it to scroll up. Senator from the 53rd, do you have a parliamentary inquiry? State your inquiry.
That you're presiding, so you'll have to vote on such a controversial issue?
Normally the senator knows of which he speaks, but not in this situation. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 21. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is hereby passed by substitute. Will the secretary please read House Bill 1421?
House Bill 1421, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 3 of Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the OCGA relating to hazardous site response so as to dedicate the proceeds of certain hazardous waste fees to the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund as authorized and subject to the conditions imposed by Article 3, Section 9, Paragraph 6R of the Constitution of Georgia and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler, the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 1421, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the OCGA relating to waste management so as to dedicate the proceeds of certain hazardous waste fees to the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund as authorized and subject to the conditions imposed by Article 3, Section 9, Paragraph 6R of the Constitution of Georgia and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 29th District to speak to House Bill 1421.
Thank you, Leader. What we have here is an opportunity for a real kumbaya moment dealing with hazardous waste and cleaning up the environment here in Georgia. On the legislation that we agree on both sides, what this bill does is it combines the solid waste fund legislation that this party unanimously supported a couple of weeks ago with the dedication of all hazardous waste trust fund fees. These are the fees that are used to clean up hazardous waste sites here in Georgia, and the monies are used to remediate old unlined landfills that pose serious threats to our drinking water here in Georgia and the environment throughout our communities. So I would strongly encourage each senator to vote yes on this. It is good for us and it's good for the state of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
He yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Parliamentary inquiry. State your inquiry.
Mr. President, I was going to ask if it was possible if we could turn the volume up. The senator is speaking so softly we couldn't hear him back here.
It's the new and improved senator from the 29th. Seeing no other senator wishing to speak for or against the measure. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Yeah, I got no screen. Secretary will read the caption for House Bill 508.
House Bill 508, a bill by Representatives Carpenter of the 4th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the OCGA relating to selling and other trade practices so as to provide protections for commercial recordings, musical performances, and audiovisual works, to prohibit the deceptive practice of musical performance groups advertising and appearing as the recording group without the recording group's permission or denoting that it is a salute or tribute performance, and for other purposes.
I recognize...
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommend that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Thank you. Sorry for preempting you there. I recognize the senator from the 46 to speak to HB 508.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a bill that we passed out previously dealing with the copycat artists that basically musical acts that steal the music of other recording artists and either fraudulently advertise those their performances or perform under their names without permission. The House added one piece to it that deals with streaming of music, True Origin of Goods Act that's been passed in a couple other states. So when you have an online site that allows streaming, you have to identify your full name, your physical address, your phone number, and your email number so that the citizens, consumers can know where the streaming services are coming from. If there are no questions, I yield the well.
You have no questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0, and this bill has received the requisite constitutional majority and is therefore passed. Secretary will read the caption to House Bill 1178.
House Bill 1178, a bill by Representatives Bonner of the 72nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 5 of Article 16 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to review of removal of students in elementary and secondary education, so as to provide for the protection of the fundamental right of parents to direct the upbringing and education of their minor children from undue infringement by a state or local governmental entity, local board of education, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 45th District to speak to House Bill 1178.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring before you House Bill 1178. It's a governor's bill, and it's also a companion bill that I brought before this body a few weeks ago. It's a simple transparency bill that allows parents to review curriculum that's being taught to their children for the first 2 weeks of a 9-week grading period. It also allows them to opt their child out of sex education. It also allows them to opt their child out of videograph and photograph. If there's no questions, I'll yield the well, Mr. President.
You have no questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 31, the nays are 22. The bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, here's our posture right now. We're going to stand in recess for 45 minutes, or 1:15. Come back at 1:15. Lunch is available in the Secretary of the Senate's print shop. Secretary of the Senate's print shop down at the end of the hallway right there. So we will stand in recess until 1:15. Senate will come back to order. The Secretary will read a House bill for the first time.
House Bill 1603, a bill by Representative Yurda of the 152nd, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to create City of Sylvester Public Facilities Authority, approved May 3rd, 2021, so as to revise the definition of project, to provide for reversion of assets upon dissolution, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Slow go. That completes the order. The Secretary will read the caption for House Bill 1150. For what purpose does the Senator from 24th rise?
'52nd and 18 for business inside the Capitol.
Senator from the 24th, can you repeat those numbers?
54, 52, and 18.
Without objection, the senators from the 54th, 52nd, and 18th are excused. Mr. Secretary, can you read the caption of House Bill 1150, please?
House Bill 1150, a bill by Representative Zicki of the 140th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 41-1-7 of the OCGA relating to treatment of agricultural facilities and operations and forest land as nuisances, to provide for legislative intent to remove a definition to limit the circumstances under which agricultural facilities and operations may be sued for a nuisance and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to House Bill 1150, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 41-1-7 of the OCGA relating to treatment of agricultural facilities and operations and forest land as nuisances, so as to provide for legislative intent, to provide for and remove definitions, to limit the circumstances under which agricultural facilities and operations may be sued for a nuisance and for other purposes.
Minority report is on your desk.
Additionally, a minority report is on your desks. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the good senator from the 20th. In those good fit and blue jeans.
Kind of tight. Thank you, Mr. President. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. And if you did enjoy your lunch, you need to thank a farmer. And that's what we're going to talk about today is the Georgia farmer and ensuring the future of Georgia farming. House Bill 1150. You've heard it said from the well several times, many times, that agriculture is our #1 industry in Georgia, and it truly is, but I wanted to give you some statistics on it. The gate value, which means the actual value of the farm product coming off the farm in 2019 was $13 billion, with a total economic contribution of food and fiber production and related industries of $70.1 billion. Farming and related industries to farming creates 359,220 jobs in Georgia in 2019. So we all appreciate and know that it's the #1 industry in Georgia. Our national rankings are impressive too. According to the University of Georgia's Ag Snapshots put out in 2021, and these are 2019 statistics, but Georgia ranked #1 in the production of broilers and peanuts. Georgia ranked #2 in the nation in cotton, pecans, and watermelons. #3 in the nation in bell peppers, blueberries, cucumbers, and peaches. And #4 in the nation in cabbage. So not only is it important to Georgians, but it's important to the nation and to our national food security. After going through the pandemic, we also realized that food is an important part of our national security, not just our food security, but really our national security, and we don't need to be depending on foreign nations to feed our country. We see the unrest that's going on with Ukraine and Russia and China, etc. It's becoming more and more apparent that we need to be not only energy independent, but also food independent. And that's what this bill 1150 addresses. We've had a good law on the books since 1980 to protect our existing farmers against nuisance lawsuits. A nuisance would be something like noise, dust, odor, and that law has served us well, but the state has changed since 1980. We've become much more populous. We've got about 11 million people here now. The concept around the original bill where changed conditions surrounding the farm where it was the trigger for the nuisance protection, that's not as important a factor as it used to be because we've had so much growth and now there's hardly any farms that don't have some development or some neighbors around them. And also there was a federal law, a federal judge that has thrown out the North Carolina law saying that the change conditions language is unclear and vague, and we have that same language in our legislation. We've seen an increase in lawsuits against farmers in Georgia, and some of these have been settled. Some of them are really threats by developers trying to, somebody that wants to possibly purchase the farmland for development, threaten the farmers with nuisance lawsuits. And so we recognize that we need to do something to make our law more clear and to protect the future of farming. We also are seeing our farmers are getting older and they're wanting to turn their farms over to a new generation.
and we're seeing new technologies adopted, and we're wanting to have new agriculture come into Georgia and wanting to see new farms and farms be able to grow and increase. So that's why we need this bill. You've got on your desk a letter of support from all the farm advocacy organizations: Georgia Agribusiness Council, Georgia Cattlemen's Association, Georgia Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association, the Urban Ag Council, Georgia Forestry Association, Georgia Farm Bureau, and Georgia Poultry Federation. We've worked closely with these advocacy groups to craft this bill, but we've also worked with the environmental advocates, the Southern Environmental Law Center, the River Keepers, the Sierra Club, and the Georgia Trial Lawyers, because we want to make this bill as fair as we can to both farmers and to their neighbors. And I think we've threaded the needle and have a very good bill to do that. We also have an endorsement for the bill from the National Federation of Independent Businesses and the Georgia Green Energy Association. I've been working on this this matter for 4 years. 4 years. And this year we had 3 committee hearings, and we had a full hour of public testimony. I've tried to take input from both sides of the issue and come up with a fair bill to present to you today. And so 1150, what it does, it was, I want to thank Robert Dickey, the chairman of the House Ag Committee, and his committee, and all the good work done in the House on House Bill 1150. We made some changes on the Senate side that everybody has agreed to, as far as the farm advocacy groups have agreed to. I had a lot of people tell me that they thought 1 year for earning the nuisance protection was too short, so we changed that to 2 years. I had people tell me that the farmers shouldn't be sued by somebody that is not affected by their farm, so we put in there language saying that the only person that could bring a nuisance lawsuit was a legal possessor of property near the farm. I then had the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia ask me to put in, make it clear that they could still, counties could still bring a suit for a public nuisance. That's pretty rare that happens, but we accommodated them on that. We had a lot of folks say, we don't want a big hog operation next door to me. We don't want these big feedlots coming into Georgia and them to immediately have this kind of protection like they do now under current law. So we carved out CAFOs, and CAFO stands for Concentrated Animal Feeding Operation, which are your larger livestock feeding operations. If a farm is growing peanuts and cotton and they start up a CAFO, then the clock resets on the ability of his neighbors to sue them for nuisance. It resets another 2 years. I think that's a real big accommodation that ought to allay your concerns about it. And lastly, we put in on the last line, nothing in this code section shall preempt or override any present or future rule or regulation of the Georgia Environmental Protection Division or the United States Environmental Protection Agency. So a lot of work, hard work has gone into this, a lot of give and take. Feel like it's a very, very fair measure, and I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Do you yield for questions?
Mr. President, I think we're all quite familiar with this matter. Like I said, it's the 4th year we've worked on this, and I'll yield for 1 or 2 questions, but I know we have a lot of bills we need to get to, so I don't want to stay in the well too long, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to acknowledge.
Member of my Ag Committee.
Thank you. First, I want to acknowledge how much you have worked on this bill to try to get us to a place of where we could be with one another. I do appreciate those efforts. My one question to you is, what recourse would a property owner have if a farm moved in next to them and the first year things seemed fine, the second year things seemed okay, but in the third year, all of the chicken waste started to emit an odor that became such to the point that their children couldn't even enjoy playing outside. If that happened in the third year of that farm's presence there, what recourse would the property owners who are being impacted have if we pass this law?
Well, Senator, thank you for asking me that question. Two things, a few things, if I can remember them. Number one, farming is a capital-intensive business. It takes a lot of money to farm. At some point, if you want a business person, a farmer, to invest and to grow his farm and to provide for the future of his operation and to keep up with the increasing population and feed us, they're going to have to grow, they're going to have to invest a lot of money, and at some point you've got to give them some certainty on their legal status to be able to continue to operate. And I think 2 years is a good balance. I think 1 year maybe was a little too short. I think 2 years is reasonable. I don't foresee how you could have a operation like you discussed and operate, because it only starts with the commencement of the operation. If you can hide the odor for 2 years, I just don't think it's going to come up. The other thing I want to point out to you, and I should have already said this, current code, this is in current code, and then we kept it in there, lines 109 through 111. The provisions of this subsection shall not apply when a nuisance results from the negligent, improper, or illegal operation of any such facility or operation. And I would tell you that I think if the chicken farmer was able to keep the odors to a minimum for 2 years, and all of a sudden it became a major issue, that they probably have changed some of their practice and are not handling the chicken litter properly. And I still think you would have a case to say you're not managing, you're not using best practice on this farm, and you need to go back to doing that.
Do you further yield?
Yes, ma'am. And again, I don't want to stay up here all day. We've had 3 committee meetings and a lot of talk about this, but you've been we took a lot of your input into this, and I appreciate you acknowledging that when you first stood up. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My final question would be, in our current law, if a landowner moves to the farm, so if I am a city girl and I move out to the farm, then I can't complain. That's our current law. But in this new law, if we were to pass it, this would say that if the farm moved to me, to my neighborhood, I still can't complain after they've been there for 2 years. Is that correct? So the farm is coming to me and bringing all their stuff that I did not necessarily agree to. Is that right?
You understand the bill well. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. President, I'm going to yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Senator has yielded the well. The chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got some farmers that have some concerns that their existing farms are disadvantaged to the benefit of big agribusiness farms that want to move in by this legislation, and that their existing property rights under our current right to farm bill are being eroded by this legislation. And so I just wanted to not being a farmer myself, I just wanted to read a statement from one farmer who is very active with a couple community-supported agriculture ventures in my district. And I do believe that she came to the Capitol to testify in opposition to the changes that are being made in 1150 to our existing right to farm bill. Charlotte Swansea from Riverview Farms has been growing produce and raising cattle and hogs in Gordon County for many years, and exports her wares all across the state, and as I mentioned, to several CSAs that operate in my area. She says that the current law has protected my farms as well as the chicken industry well for 33 years. She says that the chicken industry has exploded during this time, and there are now over 800 chicken houses in Gordon County. Under current law, Charlotte and her family feel that they can rest easy because they know that they're protected by the current laws that give explicit protection to existing farms from urban encroachment. She states that the existing laws have not produced frivolous or practically any court cases because they are good laws, and feels that Riverview and her other neighbors, rural property owners, are vulnerable if ag conglomerates move in next door to them under this legislation by giving preference to the newcomers and taking away rights from longstanding property owners. She is worried that with the influx of concentrated animal operations in her area, the aforementioned 800 chicken houses and growing in Gordon County, they won't know that there is a serious problem until after the 24 months have passed, at which point there would be zero legal recourse. The land with Riverview has been in the family for 50 years, and I cannot pick up and move, she said. 1150 is the wrong approach to nuisance law, says Charlotte. It gives nuisance-generating businesses a leg up at the expense of the really good laws that have protected farms like ours for years. It protects the nuisance generators, not the regular citizens they might harm. Our farm, Riverview, does not stand to benefit from this new law because we are not generating nuisances, and we work really hard to be a good neighbor. We could lose a lot under HB 1150. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 8th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of House Bill 1150, or otherwise known as the Freedom to Farm Act. Everyone in this chamber knows that I farm for a living. For 200 years, my family scratched a living out of that South Georgia dirt. I have two sons, J.R. and Alec. J.R. will soon graduate from high school and begin his coursework at the University of Georgia, where he will major in ag economics, just like his dad. As proud as this makes me, it also scares me for his future and the struggles that I know he will surely face. It scares me because I see every day how this country turns a blind eye to the struggles of the American farmer. In this country, through laws and regulations, we have shown America's next generation of farmers that we expect them to grow their crops and tend to their livestock under certain labor, environmental, emission, and conservation standards. But yet we do nothing to protect their farms from unfair trade with countries that do not grow their crops under the same set of standards we American farmers are farming under. Our country has also shown young men like my boys that we would do nothing to address the monopolies that now exist in the ag sector. We now have 4 corporations who process 85% of the beef in this country. 40 years ago, before this dynamic of monopolies came about, the American farmer's share of the American consumer's beef dollar was 50 cents. Today, it's 24.5 cents. In the last 40 years, we've seen the farmer's share of the overall food dollar cut in half. The truth is, the American family farm has become a sharecropper to the corporations. We have a problem in this country when farm debt is as high as it's been since 1986 during the farm economy collapse of the 1980s, but yet our big ag corporations are still posting billion-dollar profits. Every industry the farmer buys from and every industry the farmer sells to is consolidated. This has further set the American farmer on an island by themselves. We have to double our food production by 2050 to feed the world. In order to meet that goal, we will need new farms. The yield curve just isn't increasing at a rate to keep up with the world's population growth. If my boys are to return to the farm, we will need to grow our operations to support additional family members. This bill will give them greater protections if they choose to come home and to continue the legacy of farming their family has been engaged in for 200 years. The truth is, we have enough farms to feed our generation, but we do not have enough farms to feed your children and grandchildren's generation. In order for them to enjoy the food security that we have all enjoyed throughout our lives, kids like my sons will have to be willing to come home and invest in production agriculture. What are we telling Georgia's farm kids when we are unwilling to protect them from unfair trade? What are we telling them when we are unwilling to protect them from regulations that inhibit their ability to compete in the global ag economy? Our children have grown up being inundated with the term global warming. What are we telling them when they have to buy tractors equipped with Tier 4 engines that cost significantly more than the tractors that those in other countries have to pay for, but yet we import all these products that aren't grown under the same set of standards into this country? A vote against this bill tells Georgia's farm children that not only will we not protect you from all the hardships American trade and regulatory policies have placed on you, it tells them that not only will we not protect you from the unfairness that exists in the American ag economy, but in spite of all of this, if you still decide to come home and farm and invest in growing the family operation, we are unwilling to strengthen the protections for you from nuisance lawsuits. There's a simple phrase that I hear uttered often. It's no farms, no food. As you cast your vote on this measure, I just ask that you consider that phrase and the implication it has for future generations. We already ask our farmers to meet environmental standards that far exceed those around the globe. The least we can do is protect them from nuisance lawsuits as long as they meet the standards in their daily work of feeding the citizens of this great country of ours. Mr. President, I yield the will.
For what purpose does the majority leader rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 4th.
Without objection, the senator from the 4th is excused. The chair recognizes the senator from the 7th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, I think it's no question that I support House Bill 1150. I appreciate the work that's been done on it by Chairman Dickey in the House, the senator from the 20th, and a number of others, and the members of the agriculture community to get to where we are today. While I have expressed some heartburn about certain provisions in the bill, I believe that what you have before you is a bill that we can get behind in supporting our state's #1 industry. And I think sometimes that gets lost on us in this building and in this chamber when we have conversations about issues of importance. And our state's economy is built on and has been built on over the years, agriculture. And just like the senator from the 8th, my family too has been in our state for over 200 years. And matter of fact, the piece of dirt that I live on and that I tend has been tilled by somebody in my family for over 125 years. And we have a long history in this state of being involved in the agricultural industry and the importance this industry provides to our state. But I think a lot of times, there's a lot of misconceptions about what agriculture is. And what I want to talk about is, what is agriculture? 98% of the farms are family-owned operations. That's operations like the senator from the 8th. It's operations like Chairman Dickey over in the House. It's operations like mine and my family, where we grew up. That's a family farm operation. It's not owned by a corporation. So who does this bill benefit? This bill benefits the farm families in our state. It benefits our #1 industry, but it also benefits the farm families in our state. And there's a lot of talk about, well, this bill's been in, this law's been in effect for over 30 years. And, we change laws in here all the time because as time progresses, things change. And as things change, we have to change laws to effectuate the changes that need to be made to address the circumstances at the time. This is a perfect example of that. This underlying bill makes changes that are needed to the right to farm law to ensure that we have the protections we need going forward. This is not 1980. And we have changed a lot in the industry, and we've changed a lot in our state in regards to development, among other things that has allowed us to get to where we are and the need for the bill that you have before you. Just in our state alone, in the last 25 years, 10% of the farmland has been lost to development. So what does that mean? That means there's 10% less land today that is used in production agriculture to produce the food and the fiber and the shelter that you and all and everybody in here and everybody in this state and everybody across this country depend upon to be able to provide that for us. That's not necessarily a good statistic because our population continues to grow. Matter of fact, by 2050, it's told that we have to double the current food supply that we have today to be able to provide that food for our country and for our nation. And if we continue to have less and less land that we're doing that on, that means we've got to do some creative things, and we've got to get creative when it comes to technology. And we're doing that in the agricultural industry. But what it also means is we got to continue to have policies in place that allow us to protect our state's #1 industry. If we want to protect ourselves, if we want to protect our nation, and we want to ensure that we're safe and secure as a nation and as a state, we have got to protect our #1 industry, which is agriculture. I don't think it gets talked about enough in this sense, and the senator from the 20th mentioned this, but food security and the food supply chain are national security issues. They're national security concerns. They're concerns that we have got to ensure that we're looking at and ensuring that we're protecting. Because if we're not providing for ourselves within our own borders here in not only our state but across the country, and we're relying on someone else to provide that food and fiber for us, we're less safe as a country. We're less safe as a nation, and we're less safe as a state, and you're less safe in your community. I know Senator from the 8th mentioned some of this too, with the rising and the increased cost in inputs. Right now we see the increased cost in fertilizer. We've seen significant increases in that regard. Increased costs in fuel, increased cost in labor, among other things. All of that has necessitated and the underlying importance of continuing to find ways that we can support the #1 industry, because those costs at the end of the day are being incurred by the producers and the farmers in our state. But they eventually do get passed on to the grocery store. And the senator from the 8th alluded to this today. The retail dollar that you see on the family farm today is at the lowest it's ever have been. Matter of fact, only about 8 cents of every dollar that's spent at retail actually makes it back to a family farm in our state or in this country on average. But with the increase in input costs, with fertilizer costs, the increase in fuel, the ongoing conflict that we see in Ukraine, which has a significant impact on the agricultural industry, not only here but worldwide, with that being the breadbasket of the world and with the majority of fertilizer production being in that part of the world, having to double our food supply like we've talked about, working to encourage new farms and operators to start operations or building current operations, we've got to continue to find ways to protect agriculture, and this underlying bill does that. This underlying bill ensures that agriculture is protected for years to come, and we've got to ensure that we're doing that. There was a recent study that just come out that said that Georgia agriculture and food sectors combined have almost a $231 billion impact on our state. $231 billion. That is huge. That is a significant portion of our economy. Actually, it's about 18% of the national economy, almost 30% of the jobs nationwide, which underlies the importance of why it's important to support this bill. There's been a lot talked about in regards to the recourse property owners may or may not have after a certain amount of time. The preference may be to certain individuals. I'll tell you, under this bill, no one will lose their farm under this current bill. Matter of fact, it gives you increased protections for your current farm. And in fact, in lawsuits that have already been filed around the country challenging constitutionality of right-to-farm laws that are similar or identical to the underlying bill that you have before you, all of those lawsuits have been upheld in courts. And matter of fact, in all of those lawsuits where those cases were upheld, all had a timeline of 1 year. Under this bill, you have 2 years, which is significantly different than all of those challenges that have been made around the country. A matter of fact, in one case in Missouri, I found it interesting that the court found that agriculture is economic development. And because it's economic development, it's a public benefit. And because it's a public benefit, that was an additional protection that agriculture has in their state. This change is needed to ensure that there's no ambiguity in our law, and it's needed to ensure that agriculture continues to be protected. We need to continue to find ways to ensure that we protect our number one industry. This bill does that. I encourage you to support it. I encourage you to support our family farms in this state. I encourage you to support House Bill 1150, and I hope you'll join us as we continue to find ways to ensure that we are continuing to provide the food and the fiber and the shelter for ourselves within our own borders on a day-to-day basis, and ensure agriculture continues to be a thriving part and the backbone of our economy. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 24th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, every one of y'all know me pretty good that I don't come to this well that much. But I'm here today because this is a good bill. You're looking at a farmer that has a subdivision that's on both sides of my farm. That I respect that subdivision, and that subdivision respects me. This is a bill about the farmer that does it right. The farmer, the good farmer. It's the farmer that knows how to do it right. This bill has laws and regs, and if a farmer does wrong, we have law in place. This is a bill to protect the good farmer, and I ask each and every one of you to vote for it. Thank you.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1150? The chair now recognizes the senator from the 12th to speak to the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the minority report, April 1st, 2022. And I come to the well as a farmer, someone that has experienced the challenges of farm production. I do not speak in isolation, and I do not speak to a situation that has not confronted individuals in my community. I live in farm country. And in District 12, I represent a large, huge swath of agricultural production. But this bill does not represent parity for owners and those farmers. Myth number one for House Bill 1150 is that it is needed to protect Georgia farmers. Fact, Georgia farmers are already protected by existing law in two ways. They are protected under the current right to farm law from nuisance liability when new neighbors arrive and complain, and number two, they retain the ability to sue and protect their property rights if other agricultural facilities move next to them and cause nuisances. HB 1150 repeals both of these existing protections for farmers. Myth number 2, H. Bill 1150 is needed to fix ambiguities raised in a North Carolina judicial decision. Fact, the North Carolina judicial opinion does not apply to Georgia. The North Carolina judge was interpreting a former version of North Carolina's right to farm law, which was vague and lacked definitions. Georgia's present right to farm law is well defined and significantly stronger. No Georgia court would look to that North Carolina case for guidance. Myth number 3. HB 1150 is needed because farms are being forced to settle expensive nuisance lawsuits. Fact, in each of the small handful of cases identified by bill supporters, an industrial-sized animal operation started operating next to existing residents, individuals that already lived there. The residents were there first and have a fundamental right to protect their properties. The residents also alleged that the nuisances were caused by negligent and improper behavior. Myth 3, 4, 5. HB 50 will not hurt Georgians' property rights because impacted neighbors still have 4 years to sue for nuisance under the statute of limitations. Fact, under HB 1150, agricultural facilities can only be nuisances during the first 2 years of operation. But in real life, nuisances can take many years to manifest themselves. Anytime a new nuisance is created after the second year of operation, an affected neighbor has no legal recourse unless they can show that the operation is a bad actor, even if the neighbor was there first. Myth, the amended bill number 6 that passed out of Senate Agriculture and Consumer Affairs is a good compromise. Fact, farmers as well as rural landowners, hunting and fishing groups, conservationists, and faith leaders still oppose this bill. Under current law, residents who were there first can protect their property rights anytime an agricultural nuisance occurs, even if the nuisance occurs 20 years down the road. Under HB 1150, existing residents can only protect their property rights from nuisances created during the first 2 years of the facility's operation. This is not a compromise. Mr. President, thank you for this time, and I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Does the senator from the 20th wish to close the debate? He waives. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. What purpose does the senator from the 47th rise?
Mr. President, isn't this bill all about us continuing as a population and continuing to be able to eat in Georgia?
Certain the gentleman speaks with great passion. What purpose does the senator from the 12th rise?
Mr. President, isn't it also true that futuristic farming is going to look totally different from the way it looks now?
I'm certain each and every senator has that question. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 31, the nays are 23. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 1175?
House Bill 1175, a bill by Representatives Perkel of the 155th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 26 of the OCGA relating to standards, labeling, and adulteration of food so as to authorize and regulate the production, handling, transporting, and sale of raw milk and raw milk products for human consumption, to provide standards for safety, cleanliness, and health for such products and animals producing them, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs offers the following substitute to House Bill 1175. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 26 of the OCGA relating to standards, labeling, and adulteration of food so as to authorize and regulate the production, handling, transporting, and sale of raw milk for human consumption and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senators Jordan of the 6th and others offer the following Amendment Number 1 to amend the Senate Committee substitute to House Bill 1175 by inserting on line 9 after changes the following: to amend Chapter 3 of Title 26 of the OCGA relating to standards, labeling, and adulteration of drugs so as to authorize the use of testing equipment to determine whether a drug has been adulterated with a synthetic opioid and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Nobody's going to accuse the Rules Chairman of slowing down his pace on the way to the finish line here. The chair recognizes the distinguished Rules Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a bill for you today, and I'm proud to be here for this. And in fact, let me start off this way. Yum! I love cold milk that comes directly from the cow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that is to allow people have raw milk. It won't be sold in the grocery store. It won't be sold at the milk jug we used to call the convenience store down the street. It won't be sold there. This will be sold. What are you doing, Senator from the 13th? Are you okay? All right, you're making me nervous. This won't be sold at any of those convenience stores. This will be sold at the dairy place that where cows produce milk. This will be sold from those folks. And this provides that the Commissioner of Agriculture will be in charge of this. They will inspect the locations where raw milk is produced. It will inspect where it's manufactured, kept, handled, stored, or sold. It will be sampled and analyzed and tested. It will comply with the publishing statistics. They will comply with the publishing they'll tell the information of what's going on with the milk.
Constituents.
And, I can't get that word out right now for some reason, Mr. President. I'm just stubborn. I've had too much milk, probably. But it will compile all the statistics for everybody to know. This is simply allowing that to happen. There are a lot of people that actually like raw milk. There's nothing better than cold milk to me, for all of us old folks. And we love it. And this is just allowing those people who like raw milk to buy it, again, from the producer, not the grocery store, et cetera, et cetera. So, Mr. President, I'll be glad to answer any questions. And while I wait on the question, let me have another drink.
Do you store that underneath your desk with the other
Oh, yeah.
beverages?
No, this is cold. I would never drink hot milk.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to your left.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I sure will.
Thank you for your very moving introduction.
Moving. That's funny.
Senator, a serious question, though.
Certainly.
Isn't it true part of the reason you pasteurize milk is in order to get rid of any bacteria or other things that could cause harm or disease?
Indeed, yes.
Haven't some said that passing this bill would be utterly ridiculous?
That would be incorrect, but it would be, that's funny.
Thank
Good
you.
work.
Thank you.
Good work.
Chair recognizes the very serious senator from the 18th for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes.
Thank you. So you've taken the milk down there and you've demonstrated you clearly are a milk drinker.
I am.
And would it not be true that you drink milk regularly?
I do. In fact, let me appreciate the farming industry for the food and fiber that I'm a poster boy for.
And you drink a lot of milk, I take it. Is that correct,
I
Senator?
love milk, yes.
Then just one final question,
Uh-oh.
Senator. Are you really trying to convince the members of this body that milk does a body good?
Yes, sir, indeed.
No further questions, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you continue to yield for this line of questioning?
Well, we need to break an act, and we don't have much to do today, but yes, I'll answer.
Chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 41st to your right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you yield?
I certainly will for you.
Senator, isn't it true that while pasteurization helps to get rid of bacteria,
Yes.
isn't it true that this bill places a warning on every bottle of milk that is sold?
It does. It lets you know that it is indeed raw milk and not pasteurized.
That's right. Would you yield for another question?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it also true that currently people who are huge raw milk fans have been drinking raw milk that's sold as Pet's milk, which is 100% unregulated?
Well, you were in the committee and do a great job in that, and I suppose the senator knows of what she is speaking.
One further question, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, isn't it further true that when you go directly to the source, it's always just a little bit better?
That sounds heavenly, and yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And Mr. President, let me read the ingredients of this milk. Whole milk. It's wonderful.
Do you continue to yield?
No, I will yield the well because we've got so much to do, but let me
I was thinking the same thing.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I'll be glad to share this with you at my desk, and I appreciate your vote today. Thank you very much, Senator from the 15th.
Does any other senator wish to expand on the rules chairman's insight into House Bill 1175? For what purpose does the senator from the 37th rise?
Parliamentary question.
State your inquiry, sir.
Isn't it true that drinking raw milk increases herd immunity?
It's still too soon, sir. For what purpose does the pro tem rise?
Wave off.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th to speak to her amendment. Macy, she's going to present the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually rise on a little bit more serious note, and specifically with respect to the raw milk bill. It is in Title 26, which deals with adulterated food products, cosmetics, and drugs. And so with respect to that, my amendment deals with an adulterated drug issue that we have. Currently, we are entering into the third wave of our country's opioid epidemic. Men are dying of opioid overdoses 3 times the rate of women in the country, and there's been an especially steep rise in the number of young adults ages 25 to 34 whose death certificates include some version of the drug fentanyl. Now, fentanyl is a synthetic opioid, right? And so with respect to that, there are testing kits that people can buy off the internet or in other places, and they can test the drugs that they're going to take. I mean, I understand we have to acknowledge that people are taking illicit drugs, but they can test the drugs to determine if, in fact, the drug has a synthetic opioid in it, so that then they won't take it, and then hopefully they won't overdose. With respect to fentanyl, it is 50 times stronger than just regular heroin. And so that is why we are seeing such a spike in the deaths all across this country. All this does, it allows people to have these testing kits. Currently under Georgia law, it's a crime because it's considered it's called drug-related object. And so if you have this drug-related object in your possession, you can actually be charged with a crime, right? And then, so what we want to do is enable people to actually have this testing kit, determine if whatever drug they have has fentanyl in it, and then if it does, not take it, so that maybe we can save lives. The senator from the 53rd has kindly signed on to the amendment, and it is a friendly amendment, and I ask for your positive consideration. Thank you so much.
Senator has yielded the well. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair sees none. All right, we'll take up the adoption of amendment number 1. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1 from the senator from the 6th? There is objection. All those in favor of adoption of amendment number 1, vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. For what purpose does the senator from the 53rd rise?
True that we're having a major problem with this drug, and this is a vehicle that I gladly accepted the amendment to make us make sure that drug doesn't kill people.
I'm certain the rules chairman knows of what he speaks. For what purpose does the senator from the 50th rise?
Mr. President, isn't it true that this amendment has the potential to save thousands and thousands of lives across the state of Georgia?
Continue to believe that the senator knows of what he speaks. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 52, the nays are 2, and amendment number 1 is adopted. We'll now take up the underlying measure. The questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Chair hears none. The committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 42, the nays are 10. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute.
Mr. Secretary, could you please read the caption for House Bill 1324? Got so quiet.
House Bill 1324, a bill by Representatives Camp of the 131st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 31 and Title 33 of the OCGA relating to emergency medical services and insurance, respectively, so as to clarify that the prudent layperson standard is not affected by the diagnosis given and for other purposes. Madam President, the Committee on the Senate on Insurance and Labor recommend that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burke of the 11th District Chairman. That completes the order, Madam President.
I recognize the senator from the 32nd District to speak to House Bill 1324.
Thank you, Madam. This bill may look familiar to y'all because we worked on this bill last year, and I want to thank the Dr. Caucus, the senators from the 1st, the 11th, and the 48th. It was her bill last year. And we passed this bill last year overwhelmingly. What it does is it clarifies the prudent layperson standard so that if you go to the emergency room because you're thinking you're having a heart attack, but it turns out you're having something less serious than that, you still should be covered from the standpoint of your claim for the symptom, not for the diagnosis. And that's our federal law, and this just clarifies it in our state law. Be happy to answer any questions if there are any, and I urge your favorable consideration.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Have a question? You have no questions, apparently.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Now this part. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? All right, the chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yes. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Yeah, I can read real good. For what reason does the senator from the 24th rise?
Mrs. President, isn't it true that you're the most beautiful president we've had?
That is for each and every senator to decide for themselves. Who's gonna pass? On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed.
I think you might have broke the gavel. For what purposes does the senator for the 31st rise?
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 14th.
Without objection, the senator from the 14th is excused. Mr. Secretary, please read the caption of House Bill 469.
House Bill 469, a bill by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to imposition, rate, and computation and exemptions from state income taxes, so as to revise procedures, conditions, and limitations relating to tax credits for the rehabilitation of historic structures, to authorize promulgation of regulations and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to House Bill 469. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to the imposition, rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to state income taxes, so as to provide for aggregate caps and extend the sunset date for tax credits for the rehabilitation of and for the purposes. Mr. President, Senators Mullis of the 53rd and others offer the following amendment to amend the Senate Committee on Rules substitute to House Bill 469 on lines 5 and 6 by deleting the following: to provide for a sunset for certain tax credits for interactive entertainment production companies and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 469 does a few things. First thing it does is it allows for a 5-year extension on what we do for a tax exemption to help out with historic commercial structures. Many of us here, at one point or another, have been to Savannah and saw the old Georgia power plant. It was quite an eyesore right there by the bridge. And the use of this credit transformed it into probably one of the most beautiful tourism opportunities and business creation opportunities that Savannah has seen in some time, called Plant Riverside. I want to take a moment to commend Mr. Richard Kessler, whose vision, not just for Plant Riverside, but for so many other things throughout Georgia, has really brought so much jobs and opportunity and income. This is a tax credit that we measured several years ago. In fact, when we first had a study committee to measure tax credits, this was one of those tax credits we measured, and it came back with a 3.5 to 1 return on investment. And that's a pretty good return on investment, and I like to measure things. So for every dollar the state has given up for this tax credit, we have taken back $3.5. When they measured that, though, they looked at the commercial and didn't separate out what was the residential part of that. And these are for historic homes. And because we have not adequately separated out that measurement, they are only extended for a period of 2 years, so that measurement can be conducted this upcoming year and brought back before this body, and we can decide based on that return on investment whether we should or should not continue that one in the future. And now I want to take a moment to talk about the third part of this bill, which you have an amendment that I signed in front of you, which is to take out the video gamers. I put a sunset on the video game companies, and I'm agreeing to take it out for 2 reasons. One is I'm afraid it might hinder the other work done in this bill, and we have many members in this body who are very concerned about making sure that passes. But I have a very strong message for the video game industry, and I hope they're listening, or I hope they hear this recording. I had a good friend and a constituent, I have a good friend and constituent, who started and created one of the largest video game companies in this state. And he was canceled because of the woke, socialist, unethical, and immoral actions by those that didn't like his politics, even though the issue was agreed to by more than 50% of Americans. It is time for this stuff to stop. And I will tell you, it was from the very video gaming industry, probably some 45-year-old kid sitting in his underwear in his parents' basement spewing negativity out, who cost this man his job and his company. And will we get to a point in this country that people cannot speak their minds without the woke socialist left trying to destroy their lives, which is completely unethical, immoral, and un-American, then we, as legislators, are not doing our jobs by continuing to offer them incentives to be in our state. So to the video gaming industry, you're on notice. If you want to operate in this state and you want to make a political statement, then put your name on the ballot and run for office, and you can make any change that you want. But until that point, stick to making video games and keep the immoral, unethical, woke socialistic agenda out of business, and we'll do the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 469? The chair sees none. All right, first we're going to take up amendment number 1. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? There is objection. All those in favor of adoption of amendment number 1 vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 46 and nays are 6, and amendment number 1 is adopted. We'll now take up the underlying measure. The questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub as amended? The chair hears none. The committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48, the nays are 4. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, the senator from the 37th is going to be the presiding officer. In preparation, we've put an earpiece in every one of your desks as a translator, and it's all yours.
I just want to clarify, I had thought seriously about running for the lieutenant governor's position, but I was counseled strongly by the leadership in both chambers. They said if I was elected, they'd have to extend session 20 days a year because I talk so slow, so y'all be careful. Be patient. I'd like to introduce House Bill 1385. Mr. Clerk, if you would read the caption.
House Bill 1385, a bill by Representatives Anderson of the 10th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 36 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to annexation of territory so as to revise annexation reporting requirements to require the provision of reports to the Legislative and Congressional Reapportionment Office of the General Assembly and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations recommend that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Anderson of the 24th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 50th District to speak to House Bill 1185. Excuse me, 1385.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to bring House Bill 1385. This is a product of a study committee that was done in between last session and this session. And what this bill does is it requires that a map, when an area is going to be annexed, the map data must be provided to the Legislative and Congressional Reapportionment Office in addition to the Department of Community Affairs. It also requires that maps submitted in the maps must be submitted in a digital shape file format along with in writing. And the third thing that it does is if a local municipality or community is not able to produce that digital map, then the regional commission shall assist them in creating it. If there are any questions, I'm happy to yield. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Seeing none, the senator from the 50th District is recognized to close the debate. Yeah, I think he's closed it, so give me just a minute. We'll have something else to say up here. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All those opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0. This bill having a constitutional majority as a prerequisite is therefore passed. It has become law after when the governor signs it.
Bang the gavel.
Pardon? I'd like to recognize Miss Gina Wright. I think she's still in here from Constitutional Reapportionment Office. Thank you so much, Gina, for the great work that you do for the state of Georgia. Put all the pieces back together now.
Let me try to get us back on schedule here. Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 733?
House Bill 733, a bill by Representative Smith of the 18th and others, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Code Section 33-63-3 of the OCGA relating to definitions regarding guaranteed asset protection waivers, so as to revise the definition of a guaranteed asset protection waiver and for the purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to House Bill 733, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 33 of the OCGA relating to insurance so as to revise the definition of property insurance to include agreements that provide a reduction of the amount due on a consumer's finance agreement in the event of a total physical damage, loss, or unrecovered theft of a motor vehicle and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st to speak to House Bill 733.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 733 seeks to make improvements to the Guaranteed Asset Protection Waiver Model, also known as GAP. GAP is, well, I just read that. And it can be, get you out of deep financial bind if your vehicle is stolen or totaled. Current law contains statutory framework for offering GAP waivers in Georgia. This bill retains that framework and would additionally allow GAP waiver to provide a credit towards the purchase of a replacement vehicle. This bill also allows a GAP waiver to be offered without an additional charge and allow GAP waivers to be sold as a form of service contract. This bill passed out of the House 166-0, is supported by the Georgia Automobile Dealers Association, the Georgia Credit Union Association. Also, you'll note in Section 2, 733 passed as another bill that this body unanimously passed. It aims to diagnose breast cancer earlier by eliminating patients' out-of-pocket costs for medically necessary diagnostic and supplemental breast exams. If there's any questions, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th with a question.
Does Senator yield?
Yes, Senator.
Is this GAP insurance, is it transferable to Old Navy?
No, Senator, it's not.
Thank you.
That was actually pretty funny.
That was all right.
You have no more questions.
Thank goodness.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 33rd to speak to the measure. For what purpose does the senator from the 10th rise?
Vote on this bill based on financial pecuniary interests.
Say that one more time. Your mic wasn't on.
Wish to be excused from voting on this legislation based on financial or pecuniary interests.
The senator from the
And as
10th
part
is
of our
asked to be
rule book.
excused from this vote. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the senator from the 10th is excused from this vote. Chair now recognizes the senator from the 33rd in the well.
Thank you, Mr. President, my fellow senators, colleagues, friends, and the rest of y'all. I just want to say thank you for working together, Senator from the 31st with the senator from the 6th and I, to enhance this bill and also grant greater access to breast cancer screening for women. And I ask that everybody to give this bill their favorable consideration. I yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 733? The chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Ms. Secretary, please read the caption of House Bill 1056.
House Bill 1056, a bill by Representatives Hill of the Third and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 47 of the OCGA relating to retirement and pensions, so as to repeal certain restrictions and requirements concerning the authority to make alternative investments for the Georgia Firefighters Pension Fund, to increase the percentage of alternative investments allowable for the Georgia Firefighters Pension Fund and for the purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Retirement recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Robertson of the 29th District Chairman. Additionally, there is an auditor's certification attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The chair once again recognizes the good senator from the 53rd District with an additional prop for the well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a chance to help our firefighters. And I used to be one, but I was much thinner. Today, I'd be a victim. They'd say, look, Mullis is down in the fire, go get him. But used to, I was not. But we're simply helping the Firefighter Association in their investments to be able to invest their portfolio or add to their portfolio for investing in things that will help increase their pension fund. Could be even raw milk. I'm kidding. So, Mr. President, we have done this many times to other yondras in our government, and they want the ability to expand, again, their portfolio. You know, if it's all stocks and bonds and things are going badly there, they have other things that will help them. Mr. President, I'll be delighted to answer any questions.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th with a serious question.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator yield?
Certainly for you, a
Senator,
fellow firefighter.
Thank you, sir. Senator, isn't it true that alternative investments in this pension fund is really a model for the rest of the state, that we can get a significantly higher return on investment to have a more balanced portfolio for retirements? Is that not
Indeed.
true?
In fact, I've heard people talk about you as a model, too.
And
Oh, come on, that was funny.
Let me say thank you, Senator. And before you yield the well, would you just please share the firefighter motto to all the members?
The firefighter motto, listen carefully. Come see it at my desk, and I'll be glad to tell you. Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
The distinguished rules chairman has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1056? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 47, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. You almost had a spirited conversation back there. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 1044?
House Bill 1044, a bill by Representatives Perkle of the 155th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 62 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to developmental authorities, so as to provide for the creation of regional developmental authorities, to provide for an enhancement for the jobs tax credit for such authorities, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Thompson of the 14th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senators Gooch of the 51st and others offer the following amendment to amend House Bill 1044 by striking Chapter 62 of on lines 1 and 8 by replacing developmental authorities with local government on lines 2, 8, and 9, and by inserting between definition and the semicolon on line 4 on the following of cable service and video service in the Consumer Choice for Television Act and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Whip to speak to House Bill 1044 and Amendment Number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senators. It's great to bring to you a good House bill. We don't have many of those today, but this is a good one. It deals with economic development opportunities. It helps to create more regional development authorities. Thank you, Mr. President. We all know how important economic development and job creation is. It's the backbone of our economy, pays for our government expenses here in the state capitol and back home as well, provides good jobs for our citizens. And this bill allows for those local communities to come together, 3 or more contiguous counties, to offer tax incentives through the rural tax credit. So this bill was passed the House, came over and passed our committee, and we've added Amendment Number 1 to it, which is a bill that you voted on earlier this year dealing with streaming services and franchise fees. You may recall Senate Bill 569, I think it passed unanimously in the Senate. It prohibits the cities and counties from adding franchise fees to your downloading apps such as Zulu, Netflix, and all the others that your family have at home on your television. Mr. President, that summarizes the bill. I know we're in a hurry. I'm happy to take questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes the senator from the 19th to speak to the measure. You pushed the wrong button. You pushed the. Actually, it's confusing when you do that.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators. I really do have an issue with this bill, and I just want to bring it up. And I'm sorry that I didn't get to ask the senator from the 51st because that might have resolved it. Here's my issue. The tax credits right now, we have them based on jobs. Well, you get jobs tax credits based on population and wealth of your communities. So we have Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. You've probably heard about it. My concern is by allowing this to happen in this way, that what ends up happening is the lower tier communities combined with a larger community that does not have quite the low wealth of that community, and that larger community now is able to get the incentive that we had initially intended for the more low wealth community. That worries me because let me just give you a geographical example. Let's suppose that we were dealing with a county like Chatham, the senator from the 2nd. Chatham, it might be entitled to a tax credit that's only $250 per job. You might then be looking at a more low-wealth county like McIntosh that would be entitled to $750 per job. But since they're only 2 or 3 counties away, they now can enter into a joint development authority agreement where the Chatham County folks are able to get the tax incentive that we intended for the much more low-wealth McIntosh County folks. This will be a hard vote because the majority of our senators are in areas that have higher population. But what I'd ask you guys to do, those of you who understand that we're really trying to incentivize jobs in rural areas, is to think hard about this and say, is this really the best policy for the state? If we set up a policy that we wanted to target jobs to low wealth areas and smaller communities, we're now allowing folks maybe in the hall to run around that by getting a bill proposed here that allows 2 or 3 to be tied together. And because we have 159 counties, that 2 or 3 can get quite far indeed. So thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Chair recognizes, does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? The chair sees none. The chair recognizes the senator from the 51st to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Didn't get a chance to ask the senator from the 19th a question, but I would just simply say this, folks. We've been working for years to help rural Georgia. The House has had the rural council working on these kinds of incentives for many, many years. I can tell you as a former development authority director in Lumpkin County, we have others such as the senator from the 21st, the senator from the 47th, senator from the 53rd. it is very difficult to bring economic development jobs to very small communities. Anytime you have a big economic development project, whether it's in Chatham or whatever contiguous county, you want to be able to bring the communities together as a whole because they're going to benefit one another. A small county like Lumpkin County can benefit greatly if we partner with the bigger county next door like Hall County, where the senator from the 49th is. So I encourage you to vote for this bill. I don't think the concerns are as great as the senator from the 19th have expressed. If we see a problem in the future, it's going to be a quick fix. Next year, you come back and you chop it off and you eliminate the opportunity with the incentive. Please vote for this bill. It's good for rural Georgia, and it's going to be good for our economy. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator has closed the debate. All right, first we're going to take up the adoption of amendment number 1. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is adopted. We'll now take up the underlying measure. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 42, the nays are 10. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended.
Mr. Secretary, read the caption for House Bill 1009.
House Bill 1009, a bill by Representative Jones of the 25th. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 40 of the OCGA relating to motor vehicles and traffic so as to authorize the use of personal delivery devices to transport cargo within this state, to provide for and change certain definitions, to provide requirements for the operation of personal delivery services, to exempt personal delivery services from requirements imposed on motor vehicles and other self-propelled vehicles, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offer the following substitute to House Bill 1009. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 40 of the OCGA relating to motor vehicles and traffic so as to provide for the operation of personal delivery devices upon highways and sidewalks, to provide for and revise definitions, to provide for conditions and limitations for such operation, to provide for standards for parking such devices, to prohibit the transport of hazardous materials by such devices, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 51st to speak to his bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. The looks behind me continue to change. House Bill 1009 is a bill that brings to us an opportunity to continue to develop new ideas and technology. Our country is changing quickly with the invention of obviously the internet, all the technology that comes with the new equipment these days. And this particular bill deals with delivery services and how companies such as Amazon and UPS and FedEx can deliver packages to your home. Think about drones and drone technology, how fast it's developing. This bill will allow these companies that are developing these new forms of technology to develop what we call robots. They will technically be driven by people with joysticks off premise. They'll be able to bring your packages to your home and drop them off in your neighborhoods without having to have the big trucks up and down the streets. The committees have worked on this tirelessly with the House and the Senate Transportation Committees. All the issues have been worked out with all parties involved. The technology industries have signed off on it. GDOT has signed off on it. Local governments have signed off on it. And Mr. President, I'm happy to yield the well for questions at this time.
Senator, it doesn't appear you have any questions.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Senator from the 41st, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Can you help me understand why we're not allowing local authorities to create ordinances that would prohibit these types of vehicles during sunrise hours, during daytime hours?
That was one of the concerns that was brought to our committee over in the House and in the Senate. We were concerned about pedestrians and bicycles and other things. So we wanted to try this technology and deploy it at the time it had the least amount of impact to the citizens.
Do you further yield?
I do.
So, but my understanding is that this bill would prohibit, say, I represent a little tiny city called Pine Lake that's very, very pedestrian friendly, would not necessarily be inclined to want these types of robots in their neighborhood or in their city, but this bill would prohibit them from being able to take local action and keep these robots out of their city. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I think it's just the opposite. They would still have the local authority to have local ordinances. What we were trying to do in the language, I'm not sure if you can tell me what line you're looking at.
Sure.
We're trying to restrict the language where it's only for these personal service delivery vehicles and not autonomous vehicles. And so that was something we worked on through Ledge Council and all the parties involved.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Maybe let me, so I'm looking at section, I don't know, it's lines 97 through 207 is where I'm looking that area.
Yes.
Let me reframe the question. If the city of Pine Lake did not want Amazon or whomever delivering packages in their city using robots, would they be allowed to create an ordinance that would prohibit that type of delivery service from their city?
Can you give me the line number again?
Sure. It's lines 197 through 210.
Okay, 197. I thought you said 97.
Sorry, 197.
Give me 1 second.
I'm on the wrong color.
Look at 222. I think it says the local authority shall be further authorized to enact ordinances prohibiting the operation of personal delivery devices upon the property of schools, blah, blah, blah. So it does give the authority, and further on down, local authority shall provide for public hearings prior to passage of an ordinance pursuant to this subsection. So I think there's language in there that helps protect you from your concern.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Line 220. Provided that the restrictions do not prohibit the operation of personal delivery devices between sunrise and sunset. So I read that to mean that if the city of Pine Lake wanted to create an ordinance that said you can't have these, this bill would say they have to allow them as long as it's daylight. That would be true for a city, that would be true for an HOA, that would be true for anywhere in our state, that no local place could restrict those type of robots during daylight hours.
On public roadways, not private HOAs, that would only apply on public streets with the provisions that are in the bill with dealing with speed limits, not over 25 miles per hour. So they're only for small interway roads, not major highways, not interstates, and not private subdivisions. So this technology is going to be deployed primarily in big neighborhoods where there's hundreds of homes, and the technology will be able to literally go up and down the sidewalks if the width of the sidewalk meets the criteria, and in the roadways if it meets that criteria as well. I think all of those concerns were addressed, and they were vetted very well.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for the question. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator, you had another question, but senators yielded the well. Senator from the 41st, you're recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Substitute President. Thanks. I rise to speak against this bill for the concerns that I was raising and the questions. The biking communities across our state have worked really hard to make sure that there was safe passageway on the shoulders while they're traveling, to be able to bike in a world that is bike friendly. And there are also a number of communities, like the city of Pine Lake, that have worked really hard to limit vehicles that are moving so that they can have a pedestrian-friendly city. And I think that it's really important that we allow cities like that to be able to pass ordinances that restrict these types of robots. The reality is, in the city of Pine Lake, they don't even have a mailman that comes through. There are no mailboxes. And so they have put lots of controls around how much traffic. And so for them to not have the local control to be able to prohibit these types of robots from their city, I think is a problematic thing. So I urge you, for the sake of local control, that you would vote no on this bill.
Senator from the 9th is recognized to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unlike Senator from the 25th, this isn't just about Gwinnett County. This is about all of Georgia. But I just want to point out that every time we automate, and I'm not against advances in technology, but remember, every time we automate in this way, we eliminate jobs. We're eliminating a human touch to what personal service deliver. So let's keep that in mind. Nor am I confident that the technology of automated delivery units there is some safeguard as to prevent accidents. We still have not perfected that technology. And it's along with the concern of the senator from the 41st that I have, as well as crowding our sidewalks and our bikeways. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none, and the senator from the 51st, you want to close that debate? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there any objection to the adoption of the substitute? Committee substitute. Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there any objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yes, yea, opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machines. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 39 and the nays are 10. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st. Hold on, let's get your mic on. This one sounds good. Go ahead.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate insist on its substitute to House Bill 1425.
Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 1425, a bill by Representatives Werkheiser of the 157th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 9 of Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to access to medical cannabis so as to authorize the governor to issue initial Class 1 and Class 2 production licenses for a limited time period and for other purposes.
Ben, you want to speak to it?
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The senator from the 1st has moved that the Senate insist on its substitute to House Bill 1425. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and we have insisted on our position. Chair now recognizes the senator from the 14th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I have with me over in the corner my wife and my son. This morning I was a little late getting here. Max received a Silver Star Award at Riverside Military School. And as many of you know, our kids have grown up basically in this chamber. Max is 16. Faith we talked to about the other day, and we talked about Parker coming and asking for her hand in marriage. She's over at Sanford. My friends, I never dreamed I would ever serve in the Senate. And when I arrived, I looked around and wondered, how in the heck did I get here? But after serving with you, I began to wonder the same thing about many of you. Seriously, when I was elected, there were a couple of men that immediately started to pour into me. One of them was the late Jack Hill. In fact, Jack and I were talking late that night before he went to meet Jesus. One of the first things Jack said to me when I was elected, be who you are and not someone that others want you to be. I'm speaking to the senator from the 29th. Ronnie Chance was a majority leader at the time. I had the distinct pleasure, if you can call it that, of being introduced to the Christmas tree bill my second year I was here. My underlying bill was a property tax reform bill, but before long it had 7 other bills attached to it. One of them was the Mercedes-Benz bill that just had to pass, moving the headquarters here. As it was, the Senate, us, we passed a bill that year requiring legislation to be on your desk for 2 hours prior to considering, and we were still trying to get the bill redrafted after a late air. And at about 10:15 that night, we had to ask for unanimous consent to waive the rule that just passed. I begged a senator from the 35th to vote along with us, but it failed. And so we had to reconsider it again. We had no choice. And that night, after consulting Ledge Council, many of you know what happened. it was determined we could go past midnight. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what happened. See, my friend from the 35th, she was with us, but the challenge was we probably didn't explain it very well to her, and it was just too late. But she was trying to help us. We just couldn't get it done. I'm so grateful for my sweet mate, the senator from the 16th. He and I have had great morning conversations. I tip my hat to the rules chairman that's always shot me straight, as many of you have said before. To the appropriations chairman, I truly appreciate just who you are and the conversations that we've had, my friend. And congratulations, because while we've served together, you not only became a husband, but you became a father. It's been a great pleasure to serve with this man right here, the senator from the 15th, as we've worked on veterans bills and being able to help the veterans. You're an epitome of a true gentleman, sir. To the newest members, such as my friend from Statesboro, who's not here, the senator from the 4th, I love his heart, as many of you do, his kindness and his faith. To the crazy senator that sits next to me from the 13th, you're one of the few that can make me smile every morning, regardless. And although the senator from the 29th and I take things very serious, you seem to figure out how to make things just not too serious. I keep referring to the senator from the 29th. The senator from the 29th took the torch from me last night. The Angry White Man Award. When I said to him last night, Senator, as you take the torch, can you please not burn down the building? I've been accused of being the grouch, a bulldozer, and even a bulldog. And as many of you know, I've said before, never have a road without a bulldozer. So I'm okay with that. To my friend out in the hall, the man that means the most to me when I first came down here, Boyd Pettit. When I first came down here the very first week, Boyd said to me, if you're willing to listen, you'll be okay. And it wasn't long when Boyd called me. He said, Bruce, I was thinking. And if anybody knows Boyd Pettit, what that means is, you weren't. And then Boyd goes on to say, what I was thinking was this, this, and this. So those of you that don't know Boyd Pettit, if he ever says to you, I was thinking, what he's saying is you probably weren't. And it would do you well to listen to him. I hope to have the privilege to continue to serve with you in a different capacity. But one of the things that I want to say to each and every one of you, regardless of where we are on issues, you will forever be a friend of mine. Regardless of where we are on the aisle, that one day we're all going to be standing before someone, and I hope that each and every one of us can serve together as brothers and sisters up there. I look around and I say, listen, again, I had no idea I would ever be here coming from where I came from. It truly is an honor, not only to represent the 14th District, but to be a part of this body. And with that, I'll yield the well.
We'll go back to the rules calendar. Mr. Secretary, can you please read a caption of House Bill 1042?
House Bill 1042, a bill by Representatives Jaspers of the 11th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 34 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to the One Georgia Authority Act, so as to provide for a grant program to establish primary care medical facilities in health professional shortage areas, to provide for lease purchase agreements, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 11th to speak to House Bill 1042.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1042 is a simple bill that provides a grant program to increase the number of primary care practices in rural Georgia through the One Georgia Authority. I appreciate your support, and I yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1042? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption to House Bill 1335?
House Bill 1335, a bill by Representative Smyre of the 135th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 4 of Title 1 of the OCGA relating to holidays and observances, so as to provide for Public Safety Week and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin of the 16th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the extremely busy Rules Chairman to present House Bill 1335. Juneteenth. Hold on, let me make sure before you.
Hello, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This is one of those moments, they all are, that I'm never really prepared, but I am prepared to talk about it. We're codifying a new federal holiday today that one of the favorite members of this body and the body across the hall, Mr. Calvin Smyre, who is waiting on his appointment process for being an ambassador to the Dominican Republic. Now, this adds another holiday called Juneteenth. Did I get that right? Did I get that right? Okay. Quit it. And Senator the 15th has been my consultant on this issue for a while, and I want to thank him for being prepared as well as me. But this bill simply adds Juneteenth as our holiday for the state of Georgia as we codify the federal lineup of holidays. Mr. President, I'll be delighted to answer questions.
As usual, you have no questions.
I yield the well. I appreciate your vote on this. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1335? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. If I could get everyone's attention, we have an extremely important guest who's been a great friend of each and every one of us in this chamber that is with us. And with that, I'd like to ask the Secretary to read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 567 by Senators Rahman and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Representative Calvin Smyre on his nomination as U.S. Ambassador to the Dominican Republic and for other purposes. Whereas Representative Calvin Smyre has long been recognized by the citizens of this state for the vital role that he has played in leadership and his deep personal commitment to the welfare of the citizens of Georgia. And whereas he has diligently and conscientiously devoted innumerable hours of his time, talents, and energy towards the betterment of his community and state, as evidenced dramatically by his superlative services with the Georgia General Assembly. And whereas a former executive vice president for Columbus-based bank group Synovus, Representative Smyre has served in the Georgia House of Representatives for 47 years. And whereas his extensive legislative record includes serving on a variety of key committees such as higher education, rules, and appropriations, authoring a bill creating a state holiday in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and co-sponsoring a bill creating a state flag. And whereas Representative Smyre's significant organizational and leadership talents, remarkable patience and diplomacy, keen sense of vision, and sensitivity to the needs of the citizens of the state have earned him the respect and admiration of his colleagues and associates. And whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that this outstanding accomplishments of this remarkable Georgian be appropriately recognized, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Representative Calvin Smyre for his efficient, effective, unselfish, and dedicated public service to the state of Georgia, congratulate him upon the grand occasion of his nomination as U.S. Ambassador to the Dominican Republic, and extend the most sincere best wishes for continued health and happiness. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. My hope is that every member of this body has been able to have an interaction with Representative Smyre like I have. It has been since the moment I walked into the House as just wide-eyed rookie who knew nothing about this process, and he didn't hold the fact that he had 40-plus years, probably to my senior, of just serving time. In fact, I think we often joke that I might have been born just right after your election. But his interaction, his knowledge, and the way he goes about his business is a true example to all of us. And so it didn't matter how small the bill was or how important the bill was or where it was, what issue it covered. He cared about being real and giving great advice. And so I got to experience that then once again over here on the Senate side when I got to work one-on-one with him and others in this chamber, including the senator from the 22nd, on probably one of the most memorable pieces of legislation I've ever worked on and will remember the rest of my life, and that's the hate crimes legislation that we all worked together. Your guidance and leadership through that issue was truly an example to all of us. And so with that, I'd like to extend the opportunity for you to address our Senate. Hear, hear.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor and members of the Senate. I'm overjoyed and I'm deeply honored. For the last 48 years of my life, I have served in the Georgia House of Representatives, and I've had the joy of working with a lot of you here and a lot of other senators in our great state. And I have tried my best to do what I could do to help the quality of life of all Georgians, and I am
just deeply, deeply honored that you all would take time out of your day for me to come by and say thank you, and thank you. Monday will be my last day in this Capitol, and I have really I have truly enjoyed this journey. The General Assembly is all I know. I started running for this office in 1973, and I've served here since 1975 continuously for 48 years. And I want to thank my colleagues for coming over and supporting me today spiritually, and I appreciate them, and I appreciate all the senators that are assembled here today. I have so many friends in this body, and my greatest years, I think, was serving as chair of the Rules Committee, and I was with the Rules Committee yesterday for my last time, and thank you all for putting one of my bills on the calendar. But it's passed. Oh, let's give that a round of applause. Yeah. But I'll leave you with these words. As you serve, continue to plant seeds to trees for the shade you may never see. If you do that, just plant seeds to trees for the shade you may never see. So many people planted seeds for me, and they didn't see the shade for which they planted the tree. And that's been my motto for the many, many years I've served. I always try to lift others up. I always try. Because when I was coming up in my political career, you pass hands going up very, very slowly as you ascend to your positions of authority. But when you're coming down, you pass hands mighty fast. And I want the same hands I pass going up as I do when I'm coming down, because that means I want to treat people right and respect others. And you always remember this, and I'm going to use this Monday. If you ever see a turtle, if you ever see a turtle sitting on a fence post, you know that he or she didn't get there by themselves. Somebody helped put them there. And the people of Columbus, Georgia put me where I am. And I'm eternally grateful, and I thank them. And I have to recognize my two senators, Senator Ed Harbison and Senator Randall Robinson, for their support and for their encouragement over the years. We have a great state, and we've come a mighty, mighty long way. And I am deeply, deeply honored, Lieutenant Governor Duncan, for your friendship. I've known you and your family. I've gotten to know you all, and thank you for the leadership of the Democratic Party and the leadership of the Republican caucus. Thank you all, and let's continue to try to plant seeds to trees for the shade we may never see. Let's make Georgia a better state and a better place to live, work, and play. We've got a great state, and I'm honored to be a resident of the greatest state in the nation, Georgia. Thank y'all very, very much.
I'd like to recognize the Dean of the Senate to say a few words.
Thank you. I just wanted to take at least 2 or 3 minutes to say something about Representative Chief Calvin Smiley. He really is the consummate statesman. He works at it. It comes easy for him because he's done it so long. And look like, even when I've known people to not necessarily say encouraging things about him. He support everybody. He's very giving, and I just want to let people know that who don't know that side of him. Calvin Smyre is one of the greatest statesmen to come through this state, and I just want to say that I'm honored to be his friend. He raised me right, and we're glad to have him there in the state of Georgia. God bless you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Senate will come back to order. Chair recognizes the senator from the 24th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendment
Ms. Secretary,
on House
please.
Bill
Sorry.
1381.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 1381, a bill by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 80 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to general provisions applicable to counties, municipal corporations, and other governmental entities, so as to require Water and Sewer Authority board members to complete yearly continuing training courses, to make such courses a prerequisite for Georgia Environmental Finance Authority funding, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 24th has moved that this Senate insist on its position to the amendment House Bill 1381. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and this body has insisted its position. Ms. Secretary, please read the caption to House Bill 1291.
House Bill 1291, a bill by Representative Smith of the 133rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-8-3 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from sales and use tax, so as to revise the spending threshold and extend the sunset date for a sales tax exemption for the sale or lease of computer equipment and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 1291, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-8-3 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from sales and use tax, so as to revise the terms and extend the sunset date for a sales tax exemption for the sale or lease of computer equipment and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 51st to present House Bill 1291.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I bring before you House Bill 1291. House Bill 1291 is a consolidation and a merger of two bills that came out from the House, came over to the Finance Committee, and were consolidated into one bill dealing with similar topics, and that is sales tax exemptions on data centers and high-tech companies. We currently exempt sales tax for high-tech companies for their computer servers and their computer equipment. This bill simply extends that sunset for an additional 5 years. The data center bill that came out of the House has been changed. It was merged into this bill. It will extend the sunset on sales taxes for up to 3 additional years. Let's talk a little bit about that. Data centers are highly competitive, and they're not required to locate in a specific state for business reasons. These incentives have been successful in making Georgia a desirable destination for data centers, resulting in higher tax collections and significant job creation for our state. This bill simply extends the sunset on the two provisions I mentioned we have in law today, so we will continue to have this growth and this huge investment in Georgia. Companies looking to make large long-term technology infrastructure investments look for long-term certainty, and they can't get that in Georgia right now because these sunsets are coming up soon. At this point, in looking over the past, we will only exempt from sales tax the purchase of highly expensive equipment that goes into these data centers. They will continue to pay income tax for employees, local taxes, sales taxes on construction materials, and everything else that goes inside the data centers. The majority of U.S. states do not apply sales tax on data center equipment, and all the states in our region provide this exemption, with the exception of the state of Florida, which is not a viable data center location, primarily because of the hurricane risk in that state. We want to keep bringing these facilities to Georgia, and they benefit from the resulting jobs and tax payments. We need to keep this incentive in place to be successful. This bill will keep these programs in place and will make them more accountable by clarifying that the job creation requirements needed that's in Section 3 and 4 of the bill. It does not expand other programs from current law. Without this bill, Georgia will be at a competitive disadvantage, and we will forego significant direct and indirect economic impact. In a 12-month period from July 2020 until June of 21, Georgia's data centers have generated $5.3 billion in state economic output, direct and indirect. 22,940 jobs have been supported. $1.5 billion in Georgia employee pay and benefits. The average salary of these jobs being $128,000 a year. $190 million in Georgia state and local state tax revenues, not including taxes and fees paid on the electricity, which they are a huge consumer of. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to continue this program. We cannot be short-sighted in letting this sunset next year. We need to expand this. I'm asking for a 5-year extension on the high-tech companies that are here in Georgia, and they're the ones that we're trying to compete for. Our economic development partners, Mr. Pat Wilson, they support this as well. I have a list of companies on your desk. You'll see who supports this bill. I have not heard from any entity outside of this room that's opposed to this legislation. I ask for your favorable consideration, and Mr. President, I'm happy to yield for questions.
Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate sitting to your right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I sure do, for the Dean.
Senator, isn't it true that I strongly support this bill because of companies like Aflac in Columbus and TSYS in Columbus and many others across the state, but because of the fintechs that really create meaningful jobs with high salaries. So I just want to commend you for bringing that.
Thank you for your words of encouragement and support. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 52nd to your left.
I'll yield for the finance chair. Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Isn't it true that the House didn't request a fiscal note on this bill?
That is true, Chairman, but I think we had one from a previous fiscal note that you took some information out of, and I think that information is available through your committee.
Isn't it true that information covered about half?
That's correct.
Of the bill, and isn't it true that we did request in the Finance Committee a fiscal note, but haven't received it yet?
That's correct. You're very judicial and very diligent in your work.
Do you continue to yield?
I'll take another question if you want to.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does my delegation may yield?
I will, reluctantly.
I'm sure. I actually am a little confused about the first section of this bill. You talk about high-tech companies. Could you help me understand what a high-tech company is as it relates to this special
Well, it's defined in the code section, but I think the gentleman from Columbus talked about some of the companies that he has in his district, but these are companies that have a huge volume of investment in their capital for servers and a lot of technology that would be driven through their businesses. It's not a company like UPS, although the technology is changing quickly for companies like UPS, but we have several big businesses in Georgia that invest billions of dollars in their infrastructure and in their technology.
Do you further yield?
I do.
On lines 59 through 60, these are new lines. They're adding computers or devices issued to employees, which shall include but not be limited to smartphones, tablets, wearables, personal computers, and laptops. I'm curious if you can explain for me the policy position for making Apple Watches and iPads and other devices such as that tax exempt for some tech companies but not other tech companies.
I believe that list that you just read off are the ones that aren't covered, Senator. Am I correct?
Such a term shall not include. You're correct. Thank you for correcting me on that.
You.
So I guess then my question remains, if you don't mind yielding for one last question.
I will.
What would be some examples of the expenditures? Because this is separate from the data centers. Is that correct?
That's right.
I'm still not clear on what equipment is covered, who these companies are, et cetera.
It's basically your mainframe servers. It's all your racks and your equipment that manages your hundreds of millions of dollars of equipment that has to be put into a major company like Aflac and others. I mean, these aren't just data centers. Although they do have data centers, they would also qualify. They have their own data centers in-house. But the other part of the provision of the bill deals with high-tech data centers like we've seen over in Douglas County, where they've invested over $1 billion in those communities. So all of these companies are paying their local ad valorem taxes. They're paying their local school tax. They're putting a lot of money into the Georgia economy. And so we are giving away the sales tax on this, but without this sales tax extension, we could lose any future investment from these companies and other prospects.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Appreciate you. Mr. President, I'll yield, and I know there's going to be another presenter to come up, and I may ask for closing comments.
Senator has yielded the well. The chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I always appreciate my good friend, Senator from the 51st. We've talked about a lot of tax breaks in the last few days. I've gotten, like many of you, acknowledgments as a taxpayer champion and a business champion. And those are not mutually exclusive. We can have both. The first part of this bill that extends the equipment for high-tech companies is going to cost an estimated, because we don't have an accurate fiscal note, but an estimated $761 million over the next 5 years. $750 million. Now, mind you, it doesn't end this year, and we have time to measure it. And in talking to the distinguished chairman of finance, he's agreed that we're going to measure that this year. Why would we want to spend $750 million of money that's not ours, it is the taxpayers, without measuring it first? It'd be irresponsible to do that. Now, I know we're all passionate about the businesses that reside in each one of our districts. We've mentioned many of those. However, we're automatically assuming if for not this tax exemption, there would not be a company, there would not be jobs. And that's simply not true. We have not measured it. One of my first jobs was working in a carpenter's shop, and I was taught to measure twice and cut once. We also have a misconception sometimes that all this equipment has to be bought in Georgia and used here. Folks, welcome to cloud computing. The #1 piece of software that every single business in every one of our districts is hosted by Microsoft. And it's all over the country. So we have to be careful to think that all of a sudden the business that's in my district is either not going to survive, not going to grow, not going to change based off a $750 million giveaway without having a measurement behind it. The next bill on the calendar is about an income tax cut. I'll let you do the math yourself on what we could do with income tax with that extra money. We're going to have to work on finding real balance on this, and I'm going to share with you a final story. On Wednesday, I was right out here on the 3rd floor of this Capitol building meeting with some of the stakeholders that many of us know. And I said, why are you all so concerned with extending this out 5 more years when you're not even going to lapse this year and we can spend the time measuring it? They said, because we're afraid it might not come back favorable. I appreciated their candor and their honesty. And you know what? That's their job. Their job is to support those businesses. That's how they get paid. I don't fault them one bit. But our job is to support the taxpayers. Because we can all agree that the state has no money. We have the taxpayers' money. And let's be good stewards of it. If this measurement comes back overwhelmingly positive, just like we did with the commercial historic tax structures that came back 3.5 to 1, if it comes back that well, I'll be the first person to stand up here and to advocate for that tax exemption as well as vote for it. But right now we have nothing, and it's $750 of $1 billion. That's an irresponsible move. We don't have to do this today. We have plenty of time to do it. Let's measure it. Let's come back next year and make a good and thoughtful decision. Thank you. I yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1291? The chair sees none. The chair recognizes the majority whip to close the debate.
Thank you. I'll be real brief. Ladies and gentlemen, what the senator from Roswell just talked about is not totally correct, but I'm not here to dispute his numbers. The reason is because he doesn't know what those numbers will be in the next 5 years, no more than we would. An incentive such as a sales tax incentive and exemption encourages businesses to come to Georgia. If every state in the Southeast has this same exemption, and most states do not tax this equipment, but Georgia does, where do you think they're going to go? They're not coming to Georgia. Don't take my word for it. Don't take his word for it. Call over to the Department of Economic Development and talk to Pat Wilson, the commissioner, and they will tell you that this tax policy has been very, very attractive to bringing those jobs and that investment into Georgia. If we come next year and the chairman of finance and the chairman of public safety are correct that these rates of return are not as good as they should be, we'll come back in this room and we'll tweak it. This law gets extended by passing this bill for 5 years. The next law next year could shorten that by 3 years or 5 years. We can undo next year everything we do today. I ask for your support for this bill. We need to keep this policy in place. It's working. If it wasn't working, you would be hearing about it from people on the second floor. Mr. President, I'll yield the floor and I ask for your favorable vote on this bill. Thank you very much.
The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. For what purpose does the senator from the 53rd rise? He waives. Is the questions on the adoption of the committee substitute? Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? For what purpose does the senator from the 14th rise?
Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that since 2002 we've had over 70 tax incentives on the books?
I'm sure the senator knows of what he speaks. For what purpose does the senator from the 53rd rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State that inquiry.
Isn't it true? We're talking about high-paying jobs that bring a lot of other jobs to this state that would be well worth this incentive.
I believe the distinguished chairman knows of what he speaks. For what purpose does the senator from the 39th rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that if we are to continue to be and become the technology capital of the South, that we must be competitive against other states that are surrounding us and would love to take that place from us?
The senator speaks of great wisdom. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that for districts that are border state districts like mine, who compete with Alabama and communities such as Birmingham and Chattanooga, that if we do not continue to invest, our communities will basically perish?
The chair believes a senator with a district like yours would know of what he speaks. For what purpose does the senator from the 28th rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State that inquiry, sir.
Isn't it true we've had enough parliamentary inquiries and need to vote?
That is the wisest thing the senator from the 28th has ever said. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will finally unlock the machine. For what purpose does the senator from the 11th rise?
Is it not true that I agree with the senator from the 28th and parliamentary inquiries can be done during voting and don't waste time and kill bills?
That is a veteran statement by a veteran senator. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 44, the nays are 8. This bill having received a lot of debate, also the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair would like to recognize the senator from the 10th for a brief point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of this body. I didn't want this day to pass without me saying thank you to all of my colleagues and friends in here who saw fit to recognize me on my birthday today. Even during our break we had for lunch, the minority leader surprised me up in our chamber as well. Thank you, Madam Leader. But also I want to introduce my son, who surprised me with a pair of masks and fins and some lessons for scuba diving. I guess he's ready for me to go jump in the water. My son, Emmanuel Jones, his friend Andre. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 1437?
House Bill 1437, a bill by Representatives Blackman of the 146th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to income taxes so as to revise the rates of taxation on income and further purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to House Bill 1437. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to income taxes so as to revise the rates of taxation on income, to phase in such tax rate reductions over a period of time subject to certain annual determinations and for other purposes. Additionally, a minority report has been filed. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 52nd to speak to the measure. He's bringing a full bottle of water with him, which makes me nervous.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some of these discussions remind me of 1999 when I was first a county commissioner, meeting the new employees, and I went to the finance department, and I was the finance chair for the county commission, and they said, my taxes are too high, and I need a raise. And I was like, well, you do work in the finance department. I mean, I hope you see what you're saying here. But anyway, I'm going to talk about an income tax reduction. We've only had one in history since it was put in the 1930s. That was 4 years ago. The late Jay Powell was the House sponsor, and I was the Senate sponsor of that one. But I do want to talk about policy because this is important as we go forward. Or people will say, well, we need to speed this up. And with the one that we had on there that we took out, right now we're paying 30% of that production cost. So I think any business that we paid 30% of their cost would make money. They're saying we had $4 billion in film production in 2021 this last year, so that's going to be a $1.2 billion tax credit. And that industry is less than 0.5% of the economy, but the reason I want to point that out is that $1.2 billion is 1/12 of all our income taxes for the whole state. You know, that could be looking at infrastructure, education. Studies have talked about the cents on the dollar from it, many of them, and I won't get into them today and prolong it, but I will point out California, 4 times as big as us, has a cap of $660 million. New York has a cap of $420 million. Both of those states, they're not transferable. And California sunsets in 2025, New York's in 2026. That doesn't mean it ends, it means they study it. The other thing I do want to point out is that 90% of those credits and a majority of the labor expenditures went to out-of-state residents. We're paying for private jets, personal trainers, chefs. We actually paid $266,000 for a set piece that was produced in New York. It was flown down here and flown back, and all those costs were included and approved, which, you know, I'm not sure how that helps Georgia. But I just point that out on that, you know, we've got a lot of these things, and people say, well, we'll study them in the future, we'll shorten them. I haven't seen one eliminated in any recent memory that we have done. And I think the questions on the slowness maybe of this tax cut could be answered. We could get it down much lower than that almost immediately. I think the chair of Ways and Means and I could do that pretty quick if we want to look at some of these things seriously. What we are proposing here, though, and I think this is a good tax cut that's been vetted out with the state economist and others, and it will phase the rate down from 5.75% to 4.99%. And the phase will start at the bottom and work its way to the top. There is a non-refundable earned income tax credit at the bottom. The reason for that being there is we don't want to have a flat tax cause a tax increase on those with lower incomes. We are also improving the exemptions from $7,400 to $11,400 for married, and from $2,700 to $4,700 for head of household and single. We're not changing the itemized items. The House was doing that, and we're not going to itemize, but we're going to allow charitable. They made some winners and losers, and up to 500,000 people were actually going to pay more taxes even at the $150,000, $200,000 level. And it's hard to do something like that picks some exemptions that you can itemize and others you can't. And so we're not proposing to do anything to the itemized part in this bill. I think it could be looked at some point. The thing that's called SALT, the state and local taxes, we're putting a cap on there at $10,000, which is where it is now. And the only reason for that's a defensive move. If the federal government changes that, it's due to expire. If they don't extend it, we would have a significant hit. And it's just a defensive move till we see what they do. And we also put some triggers in there that I think are responsible. We've got to have had 3% growth for it to proceed. It's got to be higher even just a penny higher than any of the last 5 years. The reason for that, if you've had a devastating year and you're down 20% and you're up 3% the next year, you're still 17% in the hole, and you don't want to do something at that point. And we say you've got to have the money in the reserve fund. So the starting first year, the 4.99% will apply to 20,000 and under for married, and it'll phase up eventually to $350,000, and after that, then there's no cap on it. The state economist had said that by year two to three, maybe year two, that over half the Georgians will be in that category where all their income is at the 4.99% rate, but everybody gets a tax cut each year. For those at the higher income level, it's only going to be, at some of the upper levels, about $870 the first year, but eventually it will grow to about $3,600 overall. So people get more and more income at a tax cut each year. North Carolina had been at 5.25. They used to be higher than us. Had dropped to 5.25. They have dropped to 4.99, and they've got a plan in place where they're going to 3.99. Now, they took a serious look at some of these tax credits up there and made some adjustments, and their revenue is doing so well that they're able to cut down to 3.99%. So it's a decision we're going to make. Anyway, I think this is a very responsible way to do it, and it gets us a little over 0.25% below the House plan eventually. And with that, I will yield for questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
That's amazing. I guess I did a great job explaining.
An unbelievable job.
I ask for your favorable consideration on this bill.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1437? The chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 4. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 1520?
House Bill 1520, a bill by Representatives Hawkins of the 27th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to create the Georgia Council on Addressing Healthcare Workforce Challenges, to provide for legislative findings, to provide a definition, to provide for members and officers, to provide for meetings, agendas, quorum, and compensation, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to House Bill 1520. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to create the Georgia Council on Addressing Healthcare Workforce Challenges and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the pro tem to speak to House Bill 1520.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bring before you House Bill 1520. This creates a health care workforce study, and it will have 27 members from throughout the state and will address the critical shortage we have in health care workers in the state of Georgia today. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You do not have any questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1520? The chair sees none. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute. For what purpose does the pro tem rise? You got to push your button. There you go.
Is it too late to table this bill, Mr. President? I'd like to move to table it. The House sponsor.
Yes, that move would be in order. That motion would be in order.
Move to table, Mr. President.
The senator from the 49th has moved that House Bill 1520 be placed on the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is now placed on the table. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 1350?
House Bill 1350, a bill by Representatives Wade of the 9th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 53 of the OCGA relating to probate of wills, trusts, and administration of estates generally, so as to require executors to send notices to beneficiaries regarding the filing of petitions to probate wills, to render unlawful the provision by executors of false information, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Special Judiciary recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Jordan of the 6th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Special Judiciary offered these following substitute to House Bill 1350. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 53 of the OCGA relating to probate so as to require personal representatives to send notices to beneficiaries regarding the issuance of letters testamentary or letters of administration and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 51st to speak to House Bill 1350.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, if you listen to the summary that was just read out, you already know what the bill does. It's simple. It requires executors and administrators of wills to notify the beneficiaries by certified mail that they are to receive some gift or some part of the estate of the person they're representing. We've had some issues in Georgia where this did not happen. There has been some funds that were not sent to the beneficiaries as they should have been, and now therefore they have been indicted and they face state prosecution. Section 2 of the bill was brought by the Bankers Association. It amends the Uniform Transfer on Death Security Registration Act that Georgia adopted in 1999. It adds financial institution investment accounts to the list of other securities accounts that can be registered in beneficiary form. This designates the present owner's intention that the security passes to the beneficiary by creating a non-probate transfer, so the pass-through to the beneficiary occurs outside of probate. Many states already have this amended in their statute, and this is an attempt to do that here in Georgia. Mr. President, I'm happy to take any questions or yield the will.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1350? The chair sees none. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. And you're up. When that light's on, your mic's on.
Will the secretary read House Resolution 664?
House Resolution 664, a resolution by Representatives Green of the 151st and others. A resolution authorizing the lease of certain state-owned property located in Chatham County, authorizing the conveyance of certain state-owned property located in DeKalb County, authorizing the lease of certain state-owned property located in Fulton County, and for other purposes.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the 15th.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this resolution do pass by a substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to House Resolution 664. A resolution authorizing the conveyance of certain state-owned property and a certain state-owned easement interest located in Carroll County, authorizing the conveyance of certain state-owned property and the lease of certain state-owned property located in Chatham County and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The president recognizes the gentleman from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is simply the Commission's annual housekeeping bill that conveys various pieces of property owned by the state around the state. The various members in the committee, in in the chamber have been notified about the various actions, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, and if not, I'll yield the will and ask for your approval.
Are there any questions? Does any senator wish to speak for or against the, or any questions? There are no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yield the will.
Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. The senator from the 15th? The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there any objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objections to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there any objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution by substitute. All those in favor of the resolution will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Okay, good. The adoption of the resolution by substitute, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. The resolution received the required constitutional majority is therefore adopted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
For what purpose does the good senator from the 28th rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry. I thought
Wouldn't
we
it be
went over
great
this
to have
already.
the senator from the 2nd stay up there for a few more bills?
Yeah, we'd have to do that for everybody.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary, please read the caption of House Bill 918.
House Bill 918, a bill by Representatives Chokas of the 138th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to provide for the establishment of the Georgia Rare Disease Advisory Council, to provide for legislative findings, to provide for membership, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin of the 16th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight offers the following substitute to House Bill 918, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to provide for the establishment of the Georgia Rare Disease Advisory Council, to provide for legislative findings, to provide for membership, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a straightforward bill creating a council because there are over 7,000 known rare diseases affecting approximately 25 to 30 million Americans, and more than half of those are children. 90% of those rare diseases do not have a federal FDA-approved treatment. So this council will be formed and will continue as a working group and will continue to augment and help with that process of helping mostly children with rare diseases. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer questions. If not, I'll yield the well and ask for favorable consideration.
You have no questions. Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 918? The chair sees none. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. Ms. Secretary, can you please read a caption of House Bill 1055?
House Bill 1055, a bill by Representatives Ridley of the 6th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 40-1-1 of the OCGA relating to definitions relative to motor vehicles and traffic, so as to revise the definition of all-terrain vehicle and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Ginn of the 47th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Whip to speak to House Bill 1055.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's probably the shortest bill you'll hear today and Monday. 1055 simply increases the dry weight on the ATVs that are defined by law from 2,500 to 3,500 pounds, and it's only to account for the electric batteries that are being put in these pieces of equipment. Mr. President, I'll yield and ask for your favorable consideration.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1055? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 2nd for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of this esteemed body, it is my greatest pleasure and honor to serve, especially in this chamber. For the past 14 years, I have not only enjoyed it, I've loved it. When I first was elected, a group of leaders had me at a breakfast, and they asked me what can they expect from me just being elected as senator. And my response was, I guarantee nothing but hard work. And that's what I tried to do my time in this body, to my district and this state, work hard for the people of Georgia to move us forward. I'd first like to thank my family. This office takes a family commitment. It's just really not about us. The whole family has to have a buy-in to make this work. And if this family buy-in does not work, the family doesn't really work. So I'd like to first thank my wife, Lorna, for buying in. I also like to thank my children, Lester the Fourth, who is over there in the corner now, representing my 3 other children, Charity, Leah, and Jonathan, for the buy-in to make this work. To my family, Lester, thank you for allowing me to follow my passion for 24 years in this body. It's been a passion, not a job. To my Payne College family, where my president is over here, who drove up from Augusta, Georgia, with Ms. Carter, the vice president, to see me serve. My first political office was as treasurer of the student body. I wasn't a stellar, I was a great student, but not a great member student at Payne College because I was the leader of a lot of sit-ins. I'm sorry. But we led. To this office, it takes sacrifice and understanding. To the members of this body, thank you for your friendship, but more importantly, thank you for your service to the state. We are all one family. We are all one fraternity trying to do best to move this state forward. To work with you has been one of my greatest joys. As we move legislation, good. As we debate it, it's been good. But as we talk about what's good for Georgia, my senator, the senator from the 53rd, we are on opposite ends of the state. But oftentimes we sit around and drink tea or something that looks like tea and just talk about what's good about Georgia. We have differences, but we talk about what we have in common. And thank you for making it work. I've served as chair of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, the largest black caucus in these United States. Thank you for letting me be your chair. I served as chairman of Urban Affairs. Thank you for letting me be your chair. I served as vice chair of the Senate Democratic Caucus. Thank you for allowing me to be a leader amongst leaders. To all my seatmates, thank you. Senator from the 15th and Senator from the 5th, thank you for sometimes nudging me when I don't go the right way. To my wingman, hey man, it's been a good ride. The senator from the 10th, we've been friends for such a long time. You've been making it happen. To the people of Savannah, Port Wentworth, Garden City, Thunderbolt, and parts of Chatham County, I thank you for letting me be your voice for the past 24 years. It has been an honor to represent the people of Chatham County. It's been an honor to represent the people of Georgia, but it's just good to come home and people comment on what a good job that you're doing. And sometimes it's good to come home to find out what you're not doing so right, so you must make improvements. I must take time out to thank former Senator Al Scott was 13 years old when I worked on my first campaign. He was a member of my church. And he drove me into politics by putting yard signs out and putting brochures in people's doors. He's been a mentor since 13. He served in the House and he served in the Senate, and he encouraged me to run for office. And I didn't think I was the right type of person to run for office. But he said, from those who are given a lot, much is expected. So I've encouraged State Representative Derek Milo to follow. State Representative Eric Thomas, I both brought into this chamber, both brought into this gold dome, and say, you can do it too. They're the shining examples of people I've brought along to look at new leadership, and I'm encouraged by the people that are coming into this gold dome. I would like to especially thank Karen Thompson, Karina Edwards, Denise Sampson, Sidney Williams, Audrey Lee. They were my legislative admins. I'd like to thank them for making me look good, because, you know, the letters we write, we don't really write. The phone calls that are answered, we don't really answer the first phone call. My staff has just been extraordinary. To my family and friends, thank you for believing in me. Sonia, Arnold, Anthony, Timothy, Preston, and there's just so many more of people that got around me to give me support and to push me along. To the members, it's an honor. And I know my days are numbered, and I have just one more day left. There's not a greater joy than being here under this gold dome. And in closing, they call us senators. However, I don't believe in titles. Titles are only an opportunity to do good for others. Let's continue to do good for others. And let's put our titles aside and do the work of the people. I'm Lester Jackson. Thank you.
You don't look old enough to have served 24 years. Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 899?
House Bill 899, a bill by Representatives Williamson of the 115th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 13 of the OCGA relating to contracts so as to provide for the legal effects of the discontinuance of LIBOR contracts, securities, or instruments, to provide for the circumstances under which the recommended benchmark replacement shall be used and whether it is optional or mandatory, and for the purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions recommend that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass of the 28th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from the 18th rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for unanimous consent that we table HB 899.
Senator from the 18th has asked for unanimous consent that House Bill 899 be placed on the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is placed on the table. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 1304?
House Bill 1304, a bill by Representatives Hawkins of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to create the Georgia Caregivers Act, to provide for definitions, to require hospitals to provide patients with the opportunity to identify lay caregivers, to provide that named lay caregivers are not obligated to provide aftercare, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 11th to present House Bill 1304.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1304 provides the development of a lay caregiver. This is a family member that is present at the time of discharge after an inpatient stay to aid in the aftercare of the patient to make sure that discharge instructions are followed. I appreciate your support for this great piece of legislation. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1304? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Oppose nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our friends in the House have been able to pass 9 pieces of legislation today, while we have done 31. So I'm going to make a motion that we table the remainder of the bills, and then I understand the Secretary probably is going to need a minute. So the motion is, I move that we table the remainder of the bills.
The majority leader has made a motion to place on the table the remainder of the rules calendar. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the remainder of the rules calendar. There is objection? Okay, we'll get to you in 1 second. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the remainder of the rules calendar is placed on the table. For what purpose does the senator from the 26th rise?
Can I get a evening personal privilege?
Absolutely. The gentleman can have it if we stay open. We're going to take a 30-minute recess or a 30-minute break. We'll be back in 30 minutes. The secretary's got to reorganize the bills that we've just placed on the table. 30 minutes, we'll see you back.